much.
Good morning, Commissioner Papalimu.
Good
Whenever,
morning.
whenever you're ready, I get a video check?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I see you. Okay, thank you. Morning, Commissioner Kushni. Whenever you're ready, can I get a mic check?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Morning, Commissioner Dalton. Can I get a mic check? I see your camera's working.
Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Morning, Commissioner Sabas. Could I get your mic check since I see your video's working?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I'd like to call the Elections Commission meeting to order. It's 10 o'clock, February 4th. The meeting is being conducted via video conference and telephone. I'd like to remind the commissioners to keep their cameras on for the duration of the meeting. Would ask the secretary for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Commissioner Apana. I I'll come back to him. I just saw him. Commissioner Kushni,
Yes, here.
Commissioner Dalton,
Present.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis.
Here.
One more time. Commissioner Apana.
You're muted, Kimo. Kimo Apana, you're muted. But you're here. Okay.
Oh, okay, but he's here. Okay, we have quorum.
Thank you. So item 3 on the agenda, approval of the written minutes of the January 7th, 2026 meeting. We'll take public testimony. As a reminder to those testifying, your testimony must be pertain to the agenda item. The agenda item now are the minutes of the last meeting. Will the secretary please explain the testimony procedures and announce the first testifier?
If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of the testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. And the first testifier is Shelby Billionaire. Well, that's it for now. Just the first testifier is Shelby Billionaire.
Thank you. Mr. Billionaire, your comments on the approval of the written minutes of the last meeting. You're muted. You're still muted.
Okay, now we're good to go. So hello, Chair. Hello, everyone, the commissioners. Thank you for having the meeting today. For the minutes, I went over, there's a lot of stuff I sent in my written testimonial, but just for now to save everyone time, I approved the minutes and we can adjust other things at the proper time like Chair Curtis says so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. Would entertain motions from the commissioners to approve the minutes as circulated, and then we can get into the amendments to the minutes as I know Lindsay Cam has some comments.
I do too, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as circulated, and then we can get into the amendments.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Um,
Lindsay
yeah.
Lindsay Cam. Yeah, she had some stuff.
Okay. The minutes were actually correct, but the reference to the minutes in today's agenda, Roman numeral 5, is incorrect in a couple of ways. It talks about unsealing election ballots, but it's not the ballots, but the envelopes. And it talks about a permitted interaction group that was formed on January 7th, but there was no PIG formed for this purpose. It was just Mr. Sabas and myself authorized to set up and oversee an audit of the ballot envelopes. So
there's nothing with the minutes to change, but the agenda item number 5 needs corrected.
yes, I do have one question though. I was just looking for it and I couldn't find it, but there was one place where Mr. Apana refers to, he was saying we shouldn't do things piecemeal, that, you know, it should all go through the PIG. And it's unclear to me, was he thinking that we had just formed a PIG and he was referring to that PIG, or was he referring to the PIG that he chairs? Because it's unclear in the minutes.
You want my comment?
Please.
I'm gonna do this from memory. I think it was I think Commissioner Kushner, I'm not sure if exactly was him, that wanted to do something separately. And I said, just leave it with the PIG. They're doing it anyway. Let's just put it in one place instead of having pieces all around the place. And everybody said, yeah, makes sense. Just let the PIG take care of it. And it's the PIG with the 3 of us are on, the newly created PIG. That's my memory.
Sorry, which PIG? The one that was formed in December with you and Dylan?
And Commissioner Sabas.
He's not on that PIG, is he?
Dylan?
Commissioner Sabas is on the PIG,
Oh,
and that's
okay.
reflected in all our meeting minutes as
Okay,
well.
so that clears it up. You're referring to the PIG that was formed in December. Okay,
So
maybe that could be clarified in the minutes.
any corrections, additions, or deletions to the
I
minutes?
have additions to the meeting minutes, Chair.
So, okay, just a minute. Lindsay, did you have anything that you wanted to change in the minutes?
I just thought that that reference to
Okay.
the pig was unclear and that
Okay.
it could be clarified that he is referring to
The December pig.
the December pig, right?
Okay.
And I'm still trying to find that little paragraph again, but go ahead,
Okay,
Dylan.
Dylan, what you got?
Thank you. I'm hoping everyone can see my screen. Oh, I guess I can't share my screen. Anyway, this is on page 15 of our draft meeting minutes and paragraph 5. I'll just read what it says verbatim now. It says Chair Curtis and DAG Ching stated that the commission's administrative rules, not Robert's Rules of Order, govern meetings, prompting confusion among commissioners about which procedural standards apply. And what I'd like to amend and add to the minutes was the further clarification. And so my amendment would be to add DAJ Ching also shared that Robert's Rules of Orders would apply if the commission by a majority agreed to adopt. As an example, DAG Ching referenced that there is nothing in our administrative rules that dictate procedure for appealing the ruling of the chair. That would be my amendment.
Okay.
Second.
Discussion.
That was Dylan. A question.
Yes, please.
Dylan, that's you trying to clarify something or you just adding something totally new in?
No, that's what
That happened.
I asked the question of
Yeah.
the deputy AG because the OIP correspondence we were discussing had to deal with what rules the commission follows. And so I was asking, so what rules do we follow if we don't follow Robert's Rules of Orders? And his response was HAR 3-170, and that unless we as the body choose to actually formally adopt Robert's Rules of Orders, we're not bound to Robert's Rules of Orders. And so one of the major things has been, for example, appealing the ruling of the chair. There's nothing in HAR 3-170 that dictates our procedure on that. So that's what DAJ Ching was sharing with us was, yeah, there's nothing in HAR 3-170 that dictates how we do or appealing of the ruling of the chair. And because we haven't formally adopted Robert's Rules of Orders, but we're not obligated to that.
So you just feel majority rules.
I don't feel that way. I feel like we need to be following Robert's Rules of Orders, but I'm just putting in record in the minutes the further response from the DAG so the public can see why we operate the appealing of the ruling of the chair different from how other boards and commissions might follow Robert's Rules of Orders on.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Sabas.
Yes, if the deputy AG is online, would it be appropriate to hear from him to comment on what we're proposing as a change to the minutes?
Yeah, yes and no. Yes, in that the changes to the minutes are up to us.
Right.
The relationship between Robert's Rules of Order and superior rules that control, like the Sunshine Law, is we have to comply with the Sunshine Law first before there are layers. Ms. Dalton, you were going to offer, but I think the layers of authority, the bottom of it's the Robert's Rules of Order, the rules and laws of the state of Hawaii, the Constitution and of the state of Hawaii and the United States are supersede anything that Roberts might say. Roberts is a good foundation, but above and beyond that, there are rules that the state of Hawaii requires us to comply with, including sunshine laws. So there are layers of rules. Yes, Dylan.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to discuss even that right now. I'm just trying to, again, put into the record some greater context specifically for the public so that they can see that answer there, because there has been a lot of concern from the public as to why we operate a certain way. And so I'm just putting into the record what Deputy AG Ching response to us was. so
Okay,
that
thank you.
it's there. Does that make sense? That's all I'm trying to do.
Mr. Sabas.
Oh, and all I'm asking is to, because my memory isn't as accurate as Dylan's is, but if the deputy AG is online, just to confirm the accuracy of what we're discussing.
Mr. Ching?
Yes, Chair. So yeah, I can't recite verbatim what I had mentioned, but I recall having this discussion. I believe that's what generally was stated.
Okay, thank you.
So was that a motion to amend the minutes, Dylan?
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
What was the amendment?
It is page 15, paragraph 5, to add Robert's Rules of Order would apply if the commission by majority agreed to adopt. As an example, DAG Ching referenced that there is nothing in our administrative rules that dictate procedure for appealing the ruling of the chair. And I will put it in the chat for the secretary.
Is there a second to that amendment?
I
Second,
already seconded it.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Discussion.
yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, so this is important. And the sunshine law says that we need to put accurate minutes. And at the end of that, it says that, and anything else that anyone wants on the minutes. So that is the sunshine law. It shouldn't even be a vote. It should just go on there.
Other discussion?
Yes, Chair. This
Yes,
is
ma'am.
Papalimo. Is this an appropriate time to make a motion
The
to,
motion's on the floor regarding the minutes.
okay, I will wait.
And the amendment's on the floor right now for discussion. Mr. Ching, aren't these rules codified already regarding Robert's Rules of Order, but it's superseded by local rules like the Office of Information Practices?
I mean, I would limit this to the approval of the minutes, but OIP has various opinions that make reference to this, that above all, I mean, that Robert's rule wouldn't apply unless adopted either by rule by the commission or, yeah.
So it's Robert's Rules isn't already part of our protocol.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, what is the question?
So Robert's Rules is not already part of our protocol as codified in the.
Yes, our rules does not adopt Robert's rules as.
So, Chair, I think I see where you're headed with this, Chair, and I just want to say, one of my follow-up motions was going to be that we do formally adopt Robert's Rules of Orders where it's not superseded by a statute or other adopted rules in HAR 3-170.
So we're talking about the minutes.
Yeah. Yes.
And the motion on the floor is you put that in the chat?
Mhm.
I did.
Thanks, let's see, okay. Robert's Rules of Order would apply if the commission by majority agreed to adopt. So is there any objection to adding this to the minutes? In that case, I'll ask for a vote on the amendment to the minutes as published in the chat.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes,
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
yes,
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes,
Chair Curtis.
Yes,
The motion passes.
back to the minutes.
Amendment passes.
Was
Thank
that the
you.
first item we ever agreed on?
Maybe.
Isn't that awesome? What a win, guys.
Okay, how about the minutes now? There's a motion on the floor to pass the minutes as amended. Discussion. Would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yep.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes,
The motion passes.
that's 2 in a row, guys. So now
Can we
we're
see if we
on
can make it 3? I have a follow-up motion, Chair.
on the minutes.
Yeah, related to what we just
Well,
discussed.
it has to relate specifically to the minutes. You're not adding anything besides the minutes.
Well, it's a point of order then. It's a motion related to the way we proceed in our meetings.
Right now, we're on communications and correspondence.
Huh?
You can relate it to the minutes, but if it's not about the minutes, we'll move on to the next section.
Okay, then I will relate it to the minutes because this is exactly the amendment that I made concerning Robert's Rules of Orders. So the motion I want to make is that
You're
the
going to
Elections
add, delete,
Commission.
or correct the minutes. You're going to change the minutes?
Okay, I will. This is why we need Robert's Rules of Order, because you're dictating what I'm doing, Chair. Yes, Commissioner Apana.
Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, where would Commissioner Andrion make the motion that he wants to follow Robert's Rules of Order? What part of the agenda?
Not on this agenda.
There's no place on this agenda?
Not that I can see.
Chair, that's insane. You have to allow us as a commission to govern ourselves. And for me, as a commissioner, to make a point of order and say, I have a motion regarding the way we proceed in our meetings, that should be heard. You not hearing that and showing the public that you're going to ignore it completely is a very bad representation, in my opinion. And I don't appreciate that in your leadership.
We're bringing a brand new idea in front of the public without giving them 6 days notice.
I'm raising a point of order on how we proceed in our meetings. I don't think any of our commissioners would protest to that. I'm just trying to. I rest.
I second Dylan's
not correct.
motion.
Point of orders are at the chair's discretion. And
That's
a
the
point
problem.
of order. Well, wait. A point of order is a rule that the chair is not following. What rule am I not following?
We have no procedures on running the meetings.
And we just put that in the record that there's nothing in our administrative rules that dictate procedure for appealing the ruling of the chair. So in other words, you can kind of do whatever you want if we don't agree with you, because there's no formal rules that dictate otherwise. And that's what I'm trying to put guidelines on us for, so that we can be in full transparency with the public and be held accountable with our own actions. That's all I'm trying to do, but it's clear you don't want to do that, I guess.
Miss Dalton.
So I'm already confused. The issue here is that the Elections Commission will formally adopt Robert's Rules of Order as the operating procedures for the for meetings that we conduct. Now,
Correct.
if that couldn't that go under new business for today's meeting and then a vote be taken at the next meeting?
Is that a substantial consideration for this commission?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it
If
is,
it's a
but
substantial consideration for the commission, I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda to include this item, which requires a 6-person vote to add a substantial item to the agenda, according to both Roberts and I think local rules. If I'm mistaken, please correct me, Mr. Ching, but to add a substantial item to the agenda because it's new to the public, and we didn't give them 6 days notice that we're going to be discussing this substantial issue, we can change the agenda by adding a substantial issue to it with a motion. And I believe it takes 6 votes to change the agenda by adding a substantial issue. This is a substantial issue. And I would ask Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, if it is a substantial issue, like everyone claims it is, you got to give the public due notice.
That's my point.
If it's minor, you can do it on the fly. but it was deemed it's major. So why don't we just run the meeting how we've been running it since I've been here? Because I thought we were under Robert's rule and we did pretty good. But just assure us that you put it on the agenda next month and we'll adopt it or not at that time. But we can just operate the same way we've been doing. I've been with you guys about 5-6 months now, and I always thought we were under Robert's rules. I just assumed that was the rule of the land.
And that's how I've been operating. I think
Yeah.
there's some rule and reg that mentions Robert's rules, but I'll ask Ralph.
Yes, let's take the vote. If we get a majority, we can vote on this. So let's vote. We owe it to the public. These are the worst run meetings in the state, and we owe it to the public to adopt Robert's Rules of Order so that there's some kind of semblance of order on this. So let's take the vote to amend the agenda. Everybody thinks we're running on Robert's rules, so if we adopt it formally, we're just right where we thought we were.
Other discussion, Mr. Sabat.
May we hear again from the Deputy Attorney General?
Mr. Ching. Is there some reference to Robert's Rules of Order in our operating procedures?
Okay, so there's a couple things I'm hearing. I'll address the first preliminary issue is whether or not we can vote on this because it hasn't been agendized. And yes, we can't vote on a matter that hasn't been agendized on the meeting. So if we were to vote on this, we'd have to amend the agenda, but we could only amend it to add items that won't affect a significant amount of people or the public. So that's a subjective call by the board, but we shouldn't be acting on things that are not on the agenda. I think speaking to the substance of this as well, I mean, OIP has two opinions that speak on this issue. Both of them note that the Sunshine Law controls over how to conduct a meeting, and Robert's rules only apply when they are formally adopted by a commission. And both of those instances, they refer to rules, whether it's administrative rules of, for example, the Land Use Commission or county rules regarding to county meetings and things like that. And so, I think if the board wants to adopt this, perhaps they can agendize this on the next meeting to discuss potential, including, whether or not they would initiate rulemaking so that it's clear in our rules that we're governed by Robert's rules, or just to vote, on its intent to adopt it at least. But I think that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so there is a mechanism to allow us to change the agenda, assuming that we're within those parameters, and this is subjective, a major issue. I would entertain a motion to add to the agenda under item 5A that the commission adopt Robert's Rules of Order as a foundation for our operating consistent with state rules and regulations. I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda to add that to it.
Chair, would you be willing to friendly amend that to take it up next? I feel like this is something that if we're going to do something with procedure, we should just do it now. Before
and
correspondence.
And that's what I'm offering. If you want to add that to the agenda now, the commission can do that.
Right. I'm saying not as item 5. I'm saying as item next.
You'd prefer to defer it to the next meeting?
No, he's saying
No.
get on this
Next item. So it'd be item 4, right? After meeting minutes, not item 5. We should just establish Robert's Rules of Orders now, not later on in the agenda.
Then we need to amend the agenda, and we can do that now if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so I second.
To add that on item 4, communications and correspondence, and we can act on that. If we can amend the agenda with 6 votes for that purpose.
I'll second the motion.
I would.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah.
So the motion is to amend the agenda to add the consideration of Robert's Rules of Order as our operating system.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. This is to add to the agenda. I would ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioners Osterkamp,
Yes, there's only one of me though.
And you
Commissioner
only get one
Papalimou?
vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion passes.
So Robert's Rules of Order is added to the agenda as item 4A.
I'd like to make a motion, Chair,
Sorry,
if we're on 4A.
Commissioner, sorry, before, I just want to note that because we're adding this to the agenda, the public should be given an opportunity to provide public testimony.
I was going to do that next on this item.
Okay,
on
got
this, for communications and correspondence. Dylan, you had something else?
I'm going to make a motion on 4A, but it sounds like we have to take public testimony first, correct?
Yes, public testimony first, please. Other discussion on item 3. So the our minutes are accepted. I would open public testimony for item 4, communications and correspondence, including the Robert's Rules of Order inclusion of our operating system.
The
Madam
first,
Secretary?
yes, sure. The first testifier is Propel Positive Change. The next, followed by Alohalani Hope Sermelj.
Propel Positive Change. You're muted. There you go.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Before I begin, and I will be on this call all day today, thank you for letting me speak. I want to state for the record that this meeting is being recorded by third parties. Parties to ensure integrity, quality, security, and transparency of these meetings is being upheld to the standards of the people which employ the government systems involved in these proceedings. These recordings are subject to judicial review and notice for enforcement of the law. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Alohalani Hope Sermelj, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Am I on?
You're on.
You people, especially you, Michael Curtis, shame on you. Get this stuff together. This should have been done years ago. And I don't know how long you've been a chairperson, but get it together. Robert's Rules of Order is everything. It's all over America, as well as this corrupt state of Hawaii. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Susan Strom.
Aloha, my name is Michelle Stefanik. Thank you for letting me testify, and I'll just make this really brief. It is imperative that we vote to include Robert's Rules of Order as the way that this body governs, because it is apparent over the last years that this body has not functioned properly, and that is what Robert's Rules of Order is all about. Functioning properly. Please pass this. Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Andrew Aker.
Aloha, everyone. I just wanted to add briefly, I wholeheartedly support this proposal to adopt Robert's Rules of Order, and I hope everyone will align with that so we can get this done today as the next item and move forward. So please, everyone, just get on board with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just interrupt and get clarification from you on something real quick?
Yeah, what you got?
Well, you introduced the agenda as communications and correspondence, including the Robert's Rules of Order consideration. When we took up the motion, I thought we were adding it before item 4, so it would become item 4. But if you're including it all together, I just want to make sure the public knows so that they're taking this time to not just testify on the Robert's Rules of Order consideration, but also all the other communications and correspondence, if that's how you're how we're taking these items up.
That's how we're doing it. And
so I would just ask if
it includes all the items in section 4 in addition to the Robert's Rules of Order question.
So I would just ask for the 3 testifiers that just went, if they still have something to testify on the rest of the communication respondents, they raise their hand again and we can come back to them.
Thank you. Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Tara Rojas.
Aloha, everybody. Andrew Aker here. Chair, if you could be so kind as to unmute Brennan Cabral. He is the man in the respirator that has testified many times, but he's concerned that people have difficulty understanding him. So he's asked me to read his statement in terms of communications. So if you don't mind just unmuting him or asking him if it's okay for me to read his statement before I go ahead, I would like to read his statement for everyone here.
He's not on.
Is he not on the call, Brennan?
Not on.
Okie dokie. Well, let's wait for him to come back and then I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay. The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. I'm going to say this again and again and again. The Maxims rule of law that no one is above the law. So take this into account. Those who have always been the voice against the people, we can see what is happening. We need you to know that these election commission, this is not separate from public trust, following the rules, following even the basic Roberts rule, that you cannot do what you want when you want, and you cannot hide the truth and public trust. Again, you cannot hide the truth and then break public trust. Again, no one is above the law. Please adhere to these Roberts rules. And mahalo nui for Commissioner Andrian to mention about allowing those who have just testified to also include their comments about the communication correspondence as well. Ayun, mahalo.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. Pikachu Shelby Billionaire back. So I'm going over the communications, as Commissioner Dillon said. And I want to ask, I know you won't be able to answer right now, is there any follow-up to the audits for all the other counties? Because I'm very concerned. We are very on point with Kauai and Big Island with the chain of custody, which is very good. Shout out to Commissioner Ralph Cushing, everyone who did the pig work, and all the commissioners. However, a lot of commissioners have quit, left, resigned. And I'm concerned that if you look at the Office of Elections Commissions, a lot of these guys are going to be leaving. I love Ralph. I love Dylan. I love the hard workers, Papalima, what you guys do. But I'm concerned. Hopefully you guys stay on so we can keep the communications going down. Because if you guys weren't honest and integrity and pulling it, we'd be having a lot more harder time. I do approve Robert's Rules of Orders. It does take practice. You know, it's like a guideline like parlay, and we can figure stuff out for all the objections, the motions. I am concerned about other things, you know, regarding the agenda, and I'll stick specific to the agenda items. You can see and read my testimony of the fraud and other stuff I'm concerned about. But I'll bring up those issues when we come to agenda item number 4 and agenda item number 5. Because with the Maui and Honolulu County, if they have no chain of custody, that means they're the number 1 and number 2 fraudsters. Honolulu has over 1 million population. I didn't have any chain of custody. There's definitely fraud there. And in Maui County too, because John Pelletier, the chief of police, is caught with the allegations with P. Diddy and those other cases. So I don't trust them at all. So hopefully the Maui commissioners, the commissioners that we're talking to, you guys can figure something as a way out. I don't want to create chaos between the public and you guys, because that's how it was 4 or 5 years ago. We're always arguing with each other. But if everyone's going to be out of a job and we're all doing this volunteer work, I'm very concerned for the future, because why would people run for office when you know it's rigged? You're going to see in my testimony with communications or correspondence, the Office of Elections for the primary election this year plans to force everyone to break the Constitution of Hawaii 1970, Article 2, Section 4, where you're forced to choose a party. Now, I'm the chairman of the Ohana Unit Party. We're trying to make Aloha Aina Party because we know we're stuck in the donkey and elephant system. The two-party system doesn't work for the younger generations. No matter what we say, we get ignored. So this is why the communication and correspondence will be important. But if they're going to rig the deck and you're forced to choose a party, Democrat or elephant or whatever, the nonpartisans independents lose all the time. There's no accountability. I'm pretty sure Mazie Hirono and other people rigged the deck when they have more votes than the total number of voters inside the state of Hawaii, which is ridiculous. We know it's a mail-in ballot. We know there's fraud and there's other things going down. But I'll leave it for the rest of the testifiers to tell you guys how they feel with communications, correspondence on Kauai, Maui, Molokai, Lanai, Big Island, because I want the neighbor islands to tell you guys how they feel as well. And maybe they might have solutions to help it fix. That's it for now. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Jennifer, followed by Brennan Cabral.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yeah, I was a little confused about the item 4 if it was just about Robert's rules. So I'll address that. Yes, please, we would like you to adopt Robert's rules because it's something that the public can follow as well to know how the commissioners' meetings are going to be run and to keep you on point. As far as all the correspondences, I'm looking at this. I read the postmaster letter, and I'm really disappointed that Commissioner Dalton did not ask the postmaster to come and address the questions that the commission had as it relates to how the mail system works with these BRMs or whatever they're called, because it seemed like everyone on the call last time understood that you have a pile of money that gets depleted every time mail moves through a trust. This pile of money is accounted for in some fashion in order to make sure that the post office is getting paid. So that whole thing was really kind of, how should I say, it was kind of stupid, really. So the fact that we needed somebody to come from the post office and ask these questions, they should be here right now. So anyway, that letter was just a little bit, it didn't serve any purpose. The letters that the chair asked for the counties to request an audit, these are very important because, you know, I just read somewhere where Hawaii uses HART InterCivic, and we've heard a lot of Dominion things in the course of the last 5 years, but not so much about HART. But recently, the Texas County of Tarrant did a logic and accuracy test for their upcoming primary or some sort of election they're having there. And 4 affidavits by 4 witnesses from the different parties swore under oath that the Tarrant County logic and accuracy test vote tally was off, it deleted legitimate votes, and it manipulated the ballot image. And that's kind of where we're all like kind of talking about these machines. The ballot images could be manipulated, and therefore we need to have an audit in order to check those ballot images against the real ballots. And so these audits are very important, and there's many, many reasons why. There's so many different discrepancies as far as the 19,000 ballot discrepancy on the Big Island and the other counties that don't even have those chain of custody documents in order to check them against anything. These are very concerning. And so I am urging this this commission to go on and have these audits that we already passed in motions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Brennan Cabral, followed by Junya Nakoa.
Yeah. So could you, I think Mr. Aker was willing to talk for Mr. Cabral. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could we have Mr. Aker testifying next, please? There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Curtis, and thank you, Brennan, for all of your efforts, sir. This is Brennan's message, everyone. Please pay attention very closely. Aloha, my name is Brennan, and I suffer from a muscle wasting disease called muscular dystrophy. I'm also bedridden and rely on a ventilator to keep me alive and breathing. This is my 5th meeting that I have attended, and it takes a lot of effort and energy for me to say even a word. If you were to go back and view the past meetings, you would notice that I have a hard time speaking and I felt like nobody could understand me and just wasn't listening to what I had to say, or if I really mattered. I had to find a way to make my voice heard and not be silent because my voice matters. I wouldn't be coming to these meetings if I didn't care. I'm not stupid and I don't play games. And I can't be fooled so easily either. I love my country. I love my native land. I'm lying in my deathbed, and I'm here showing up and speaking, and I'm here standing up for what's right. So quit the shenanigans and be transparent. Let's start by counting the envelopes for the Big Island.
Thank you, Mr. Cabral.
Okay, the next testifier is Junior Nakoa, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Morning, Junior. You're muted. There you
Yeah.
go.
Okay, yes, sir. Woo-wee! How we doing, Gangy? Think I've been saying this for a couple meetings now, yeah, Mike Curtis, about how we should be doing these meetings. And then, hey, I was kind of late to this meeting. I didn't jump on. And well, here that you guys talking about the Robert's rules is like, wow. You mean you guys actually trying to do right? You know? I don't like just yell out and grumble with you guys right now. I like you guys do the thing correctly, okay? Because I'm thinking of running for office this year. And I don't like run for office if I don't can even depend on this election commission to do what is right, you know? And Brother Mike Curtis, you have been stealing our time, taking away our voices all this time, yeah? And that's one thing us Hawaiians, we're tired of. We're tired of the fake state of Hawaii taking our voice away. And you did a damn pretty good job of that, taking voices away from other testifiers. Yeah. Not me. I'm gonna keep on going. But yeah, one other thing that, so that's good. I say I hope all you guys vote for pass this follow Robert's rules, because according to what I just see when I just jump on, only Mike Curtis is vote no. So that's kind of telling you guys this guy no like follow the rule.
Very telling.
This commissioner like follow the rule. Get out of town, brother. Get out of town. Okay? You is the guy supposed to make sure everybody follow the rules, and you're the main guy who not following the rule. That is very disgusting. Okay? And I hope you guys figure it out to make it so I can be confident to run for office, and you guys going to be able to hold everybody accountable, including me, including this guy. You know what I mean? Keep myself in a line like you guys supposed to do, and that's all we ask, bruh. And you know what? Do the audits, yeah. And I know Ostertag or whatever, he will recommend I be on one of these audits. And you know what, Mike Curtis, for you for say, I am not capable to do the audit. I was laughing at your face when you said that, because you're not capable of doing this job right now. Okay, brother? So you don't tell me I don't know how to do my job. I'm pretty damn good at this. I've been doing this for 20-some years. Okay, brother. Peace out.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Erica Barrett.
Aloha. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Thank you. I am going to say for the record that you have been operating off of Robert's Rules of Order, and the I would like to ask for a point of parliamentary inquiry, because if we're not operating off of Robert's Rules of Order, we need to know what we are operating off of in order to proceed accordingly. So if you could, Mr. Curtis, please clarify that for us. A point of parliamentary inquiry is privilege. It is not debatable. And it is a request directly to the chair for clarification on procedures, rules, or status of business. It allows for clarification on procedures, rules, or the status of business. It allows members to ask questions without needing a second, can interrupt the speaker if urgent, and is used to guide actions, not to debate. So I believe we need a point of parliamentary inquiry so we know how to proceed in this meeting. And I will yield for that point. I do have a follow-up on other correspondence. Are we going to be breaking those down into subsections, or is it going to be addressed as a whole? I yield.
as a whole, please.
As a whole, okay. I'm going to let the other people speak after me, and I will come back then.
You have 3 minutes. You can come back only if we have time.
Okay, duly noted.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Erica Barrett, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Good morning.
Good morning. Alaka Kayaka, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's my first meeting I've been on here. Thank you, everybody, for all your input. And I am for the Robert's Rules of Orders and what I came on here to talk about basically was I would like to have an audit of the elections. And I'm going to say a personal experience of mine. This was back in 2020. When we received the ballots in the mail, I tore up the ballot that I received for I'm Erica Barrett. I tore up the ballot received for Roscoe Barrett because he is my very fun-loving, scruffy little dog. And I am looking through my I could have swore I took a picture of it because I thought it was the funniest thing. Now, mind you, this was 2020, right? This was back. So we were all in the middle of COVID and all this, right? So I think in my everyday life, I just thought, this is crazy. He's my dog. And I ripped it up and threw it away. But I'm hoping that I did take a photo of it because, it was funny enough to share with my family and whatnot, because we were all, kind of quarantined in our own little areas. But I really do feel, just from that alone, I really think that there should be an audit, because if my dog got a ballot, I'm trying to figure out how he could have got the ballot. Like, where has he? I think I might have got some insurance mail in his name before for pet insurance. I'm just trying to figure out how was it that the lines were crossed that he actually got a ballot to vote. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you, everybody, for your input. And Jennifer, who went before me, I ride your coattails on what you said. I agree with what you have to say. And the person before me as well. Thank you all. And if we could just kind of move forward, forward motion in things, I think would be a lot more productive. Mr. Curtis, I understand you're probably trying to keep things flowing in the correct way as you've been trained or taught or read up on or whatever, but I think there might be room for you to be a little bit more agreeable, or just I don't know, just to make things move forward for us. And I think we're going to see a lot more action these coming years as people like, Uncle Junior is stepping up and trying to make a difference. Mahalo, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Hi, thank you for letting me talk again about this number 4 issue. I thought it was just in regards to the Robert's Rules of Minutes. In regards to item number 4, my first question is, who is in charge? My understanding is that the Election Commission is in charge of our elections. That is what y'all are there for, is to help establish how our elections are processed so that we have fair, honest, open, transparent elections. But it appears from this item that's in the agenda that maybe Scott Nago is in charge. He's working with legislatures in order to draft bills on how our elections are run. That's not what his position is. Scott Nago works for us, for the Elections Commission. So I'd like us to re-talk about this item and make sure that we are doing things the way that it's supposed to be done. That the Elections Commission is the one that should be doing that type of thing. And with that, I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha. Can you
Aloha.
hear me?
Yes.
So I think it's just incredibly ironic that we're sitting here splicing hairs about Robert's Rules of Order when Scott Nago is certifying Hawaii's elections without any chain of custody. It's like the elephant in the room. So I just had to, I think that's completely ironic that there's this complete lack of chain of custody in Hawaii, and yet we're worried about these weeds. But anyway, I digress. I'm here to speak about the critical importance of one principle that underlies the entire legitimacy of our elections: chain of custody. Under Hawaii revised statutes, specifically HRS 1172 and 11173, election officials are required to maintain strict security and custody over all ballots, voting devices, and election materials from the moment they are created or received until final tabulation and certification. Those statutes aren't suggestions, they're legal obligations. When the law demands uninterrupted custody, it means exactly that. Not most of the time, not we think so, but documented, verified, continuous custody for every ballot, USB drive, memory card, and results report. Without a verified chain of custody, the legal foundation of certification collapses. In every other field of evidence, from law enforcement to forensic accounting, a broken chain invalidates the evidence. In elections, a broken chain invalidates the results because ballots and memory cards are the evidence of the vote. To certify results in the absence of complete chain of custody is therefore not merely irresponsible, it's unlawful certification under both the letter and the spirit of the Hawaii Election Code. Certification under HRS 11155 requires that all statutory safeguards have been satisfied. If officials cannot affirm that custody was maintained without interruption, they cannot make that certification truthfully. Doing so violates the oath of office and undermines public trust. We in Hawaii often talk about doing what is pono, doing what is right, even when it's inconvenient. Upholding chain of custody is pono. Ignoring it for the sake of schedule or convenience is ewa, wrong. Transparency is not optional when the people's sovereignty is at stake. I urge this commission, before certifying any election, issue a full public accounting of all custody logs, transport records, and custody chain documentation. If any gaps exist, pause certification until they are resolved. Because a ballot without chain of custody is not proof of a lawful vote, and certification without proof is not credibility, it's a liability. Mahalo nui loa for hearing this testimony, for remembering that integrity, true pono, begins with verifying custody before applying certification. And I yelled.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Lori.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to, sorry, my camera is not. not working. I'm just gonna go ahead and testify while I work on my camera. I don't know why it's not coming up. Anyway, I wanted to, first of all, acknowledge Anne Marie Hamilton. I could not have articulated that any better. And I just want to affirm her and agree with everything that she said. I also want to thank the commission for adopting Robert's Rules of Order. There has been no order for a very long time, and many people's voices have been just silenced over the lack of order. And I look forward to proceeding and utilizing Robert's Rules of Order. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Lori, followed by Alohalani Hope Sirmelch.
Need to unmute. Need to unmute.
We'll come back to her. The next testifier is Alohalani Hope, followed by Tammy Ash Perkins.
Okay, I'm gonna be Kalohe again. You know the wonderful Kanaka that came up and said he's thinking about running for office, but if we can't get the election commission, Pono, where do we stand? Here's my correspondence to you folks, and I just wrote up an email. I'm taking Scott Nago, John Hendricks, and you, Mike Curtis, to the federal court venue. You people have got to do your job. Shame on you, Barbara Dalton, that you didn't bring the postmaster. 19,000 votes could have had my name voted on there in 2024. That's very upsetting when I did and worked so hard on OHA to be a stinking trustee that young Kai Kahele got the job. I'm happy for him. But in the meantime, please, people, know that there's going to be a federal court case, and you're all going to be subpoenaed in to tell the truth, as God is my witness. I yield.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next testifier is Tammy Ash Perkins, followed by Lori.
Morning, Tammy.
Morning. I'm just here to speak in support of election integrity and public confidence in our Hawaii elections. And it shouldn't be a big deal, and we shouldn't have to argue about it. You know, we do have some revised statutes that the chief election officer is required to supervise all the state elections. That responsibility is really not ceremonial. It's a legal duty to ensure that elections are conducted in full compliance with Hawaii law. We want transparency, accountability, and safeguards that protect the integrity of our vote. The OE page 4 raises serious concerns about the lack of documented chain of custody and the absence of transfer logs for election materials. Among the concerns identified is the lack of transparency in how materials are transferred from the counties to the state. These are not technicalities. Chain of custody is fundamental to election integrity. Without it, the public has no way to independently verify that ballots were properly handled, secured, and accounted for. We have a Hawaii revised statute. Also, we've discussed it here, 11, 172, and 173, and they are clear. Hawaii law requires specific procedures for tracking, securing, and transferring ballots with defined responsibilities shared between the county clerks and the state office of elections. These safeguards exist to protect the process from error, confusion, or misconduct, and to ensure that election results are trustworthy. When election results are certified, that certification should reflect compliance with these statutory requirements. Certification without documented chain of custody raises legitimate questions and undermines the public confidence Even if there is no allegation of wrongdoing, transparency is what allows the public to trust the outcome. The statement that the Office of Elections will continue working with county clerks to refine transfer procedures suggests that improvements are needed. While continuous improvements is important, the law requires compliance now. Election integrity cannot depend on future fixes. The people of Hawaii deserve elections that are not only fair, but demonstrably fair. That means clear chain of custody documentation, verifiable transfer logs, strict adherence to the statutory roles and responsibilities, and certification only after those requirements have been met. Protecting election integrity protects public trust. I respectfully urge this body and the Office of Elections to fully comply with the statutes, to correct any deficiencies immediately, and ensure that transparency and accountability remain at the center of this election process. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Lori, followed by Jennifer Coblon.
Lori, you're muted. There you go. Well, you're still muted.
So we're sending you a request to unmute. If you can do that for us, Lori.
Lori, if you can unmute. Going once, going twice.
Chair, she's holding up a sign that says host will not unmute me.
I think the host sent a request to unmute message. I don't think it's the host. Click.
Are you receiving a request to unmute on your side? We'll come back to you one last time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Coblon, followed by Magesa William Dennis.
Hi, this is Jennifer. I just like to testify for the new people that have just gotten on the commission. I've been testifying since 2021. After the 2020 election, I had a lot of questions in regards to chain of custody. The postmaster's testimony and involvement is super important because we have mass mail-in ballots, and keeping track of mass mail-in ballots is important for the postmaster to tell us what's going on their end. Because if a dog got a ballot from the post office, the dog can return the ballot back to the post office with a signature. There's no chain of custody for the signatures. What can happen with that envelope? How do they match the dog's signature back with the signature verification that we have no observation? We're not able to see that process. It's completely hidden from the public. And for myself, my father had a traumatic brain injury in 2019. And I found out that he voted in the 2020 election. And I requested from the county clerk to get a copy of the envelope because I wanted to verify that it was my father that voted, because it's pretty interesting if my dad could actually vote. I would be very surprised because he had a lot of stroke-like symptoms from his brain hemorrhage. So because that process was not followed through, I requested in the commission meetings to address it. Could I please get a copy of my dad's signature from the envelope? No response. Many meetings, no response. So I feel like if we do an audit of the envelopes, it would really help because it would show chain of custody in the mail-in mass mail-in ballot process and show that this is a bad way to vote. I yield.
You.
The next testifier is Megeso William Dennis, followed by Adriel.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha, yes, sir.
My name is Megeso William Dennis. At these meetings, the people who are the government have spoken out about election integrity, resignations, improper audits, chain of custody violations, crimes committed, firings, voter ID, and now Robert's Rules of Order, which I support 100%. A recent independent poll has indicated that 95% Republicans, 71% Democrats, 85% white, 82% black, and 76% of the Latino community, and 81% of Americans overall want and need in-person voting, voter ID, verified citizenship status, federal holiday, paper ballot only, stop ballot harvesting, exceptions being household invalids and military. Disenfranchising voters is a myth. It's also a racist commentary and an insult to the intelligence of the minority communities. The days of the Election Commission aiding and abetting in corrupt elections is over. Chair Curtis and Scott Nago can only save face by becoming whistleblowers against the green machine occupying the governor's mansion. The people have spoken. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I yield.
Thank you, sir.
The next testifier is Adriel, followed by Lori.
Aloha, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to testify again. If you, I just bring up that I was initially testified in 2022, January, in March and April. Chair, I believe you were there at that time when we brought questions about the statewide voter registration system, which in our last meeting here that the Office of Elections seemed to rely heavily on the statewide voter registration system. And at that time, you know, I raised the issue with the commission that United States Hawaii, a registered voter in Kaneohe, who does not live at that residence, did not receive mail at the residence, did not receive a ballot at the residence, still sent a ballot in the mail and recorded as voting in the 2020 general election. I brought other issues like the registration of some voters that were from 1917, who initially registered to vote in 1917, which is really odd that we have such a person on the rolls from way back then, and that they would have been, I suppose, born in 1898, if they were 21. But there's also the issue of the list ID of some of the, and you know, granted, the Office of Election did correct this in their system that list IDs seem to have a timestamp on them. So these list IDs are unique, universally unique identifiers, 32 characters that will assign an ID to each of the voters so that nothing is ever replicated, ever, in the universe, not in a credit card transaction or driver's license. But these list IDs were tracking people's time of registration, as it appears to be. And some of these registrations were grouped together in 2 or 3 groupings within milliseconds. I can understand how randomly people register to vote or registering, you know, seconds apart, but these were milliseconds apart in the voter registration system. So finally, I bring up this last point. How reliable or who has access to the statewide voter registration system? Because when the County of Honolulu reported to us that they had purged 80,000 records in the last election cycle, somehow we had 80,000 records pop back into the voter records. You know, bravo for all the voter registration efforts out there. But for that to pop right back in, I think we need to really look at who has access to these statewide voter registration system, third-party access, authorized or unauthorized. That is the question we have here. And I'm supporting the audit because if the question isn't answered about the statewide voter registration system, we need to go back to the paper ballots and verify physically what has happened to the vote count. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
The next testifier is Lori, followed by Sherilyn Wells.
Lori, you're muted. Lori, you're muted. System sends you a request to unmute. Lori going once. Lori going twice. Next, please.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells.
I'm unmuted now.
Oh,
I'm unmuted now.
is this Lori?
It is.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Lori.
Okay. So what I want to talk about is Hawaii Revised Statute, Chapter 92, talks about the Sunshine Law for the purpose of ensuring transparency in government. It is clear that transparency proves Scott Nago is altering the ballot count. The reason for this is because he supports the Democrats being in office. And by having the Democrats being in office, they have allowed the state debt to increase from $43 billion up to $43 billion from $16 billion 3 years ago. That's a $27 billion increase in the state debt. In addition, by the Democrats remaining in office, they're allowing state employees to steal federal funds from federal agencies. My lawsuit against the Hawaii Public Housing Authority proves that Hakeem Owansafi has stolen $117 million since he's been hired January 2012. Nobody will stop him.
Ms. Thorson, that's not a part of our agenda, ma'am.
It is, because as long as you continue to allow Scott Nago to alter the ballot counts, it allows the Democrats to stay in office. We need accurate ballot counts so that a legal government can be in place in Hawaii. Right now, we do not have a legal government. We have an illegal government. $117 million was admitted being stolen by Hakeem Owansafi already. So why hasn't the state courts gone forward? Because the Biden judge who was on the case granted them immunity and dismissed my case, which is now before the Court of Appeals. And I am appealing it, case number 25-3663. If anybody wants to read my opening brief and my reply brief that prove fraud in Hawaii. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells.
Sorry, Sherilyn. Thanks for waiting.
No worries. Thank you, Election Commission. And it is long past time that Hawaii is no longer a poster child for election corruption. Since election observer Austin Thomas saw evidence that our systems were illegally connected to the internet, it's a given that the electronic manipulation of our elections has been taking place. When I provided the Election Commission with full documentation of a federal felony by Scott Nago, his failure to provide timely requested cast vote records for 2020 Hawaii County elections, a majority of commissioners did nothing to hold him accountable. And the USPS sent an overnight express envelope with that cast vote record request to Scott Nago from Hawaii County to California, where the USPS kept it for a week before delivering it to Scott Nago, at which time it would have been past the statutory cutoff had I not flown over to Oahu and hand-delivered my request in time. Because the cancer of election fraud has infected Hawaii for many years, we are excited not only by Assistant AG Harmit Dillon's lawsuits, but by DNI Gabbard and FBI Director Patel's launch of a coordinated national investigation into election interference, establishing the connection between a cabal of Venezuelan software engineers, Cuba, China, Iran, and servers in Serbia, and manipulation of more than 70 countries' elections will no doubt shed a light on the failure of a majority of our elected officials and commissioners to listen to the people and vote accordingly. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Chair, there are no further testifiers. Those with their hands raised have already provided testimony.
Thank you. So let's take this chain of custody, or not chain of custody, but Robert's Rules question. And have we passed that, or we just put it on this agenda to where I would entertain a motion for the Robert's Rules?
Yes, Chair, I'll make the motion.
So go make it.
I move that the Elections Commission adopt Robert's Rules of Order as our parliamentary authority for conducting meetings, except where superseded by our administrative rules or sunshine law.
There a second?
Second.
Discussion. Would ask for a roll. I'm sorry, Mr. Apana, go ahead. You're muted. You're still muted.
Mute. There.
There you go.
I turned off my Zoom, but can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you feel that this is a minor issue, go ahead and vote. If you believe it's a major issue and the public should have a chance to chime in,
they just did.
Say, I know, but only those that are watching today. Then say no, and we'll put it it will be on the next agenda. But for me, I always felt we were following Robert's rule. The chair has always adhered to it. I was surprised it was not adopted. So for me, it's a minor change. So I will be voting in favor. But I can see both sides of the argument. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pana. Dylan, you had something?
That's okay. I don't want to add anything. I'm ready to vote.
And is Mr. Sabas anywhere present?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just checking. There you go. Okay, I would ask for a roll call vote on adopting Robert's Rules of Order as our foundational operating system.
Commissioner Andrian?
Yes.
Commissioner Apana?
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton?
Yes.
Commissioner Kam?
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu?
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas?
Yes.
Chair Curtis?
Yes.
The motion passes.
So what's that, 3 unanimous today? Good for us.
It's our record.
Yeah. Are there any other motions or actions on communications and correspondence that anyone would like to pursue?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, let's take these letters one by one.
Okay.
Speak about them. So I have some questions, and I'd like to have Barbara clarify for the public what it means that we're sending stuff through business reply mail versus what accountable mail is. And if you could explain to the public the difference of those two things, I would appreciate it.
Not her job.
As I explained last meeting, the Postal Service offers what they call special services for ordinary mail. Those services include certified, registered, express mail, delivery confirmation. And they allow for the post office to assign a number to the mail piece, which is then tracked and signed for in many instances. Not always, but so that's accountable mail. So in other words, if you have a letter, let's say you're sending your rent or your mortgage, and you want proof that the recipient gets it, then you can add the special service of certified mail. You can also add a return receipt, and then you will get a signed copy that the item was delivered to the addressee. That costs money. Business reply mail, on the other hand, is a method for the addressee to maintain an account that is used for the addressee to pay the postage, just the first class postage, not any additional special service. So business reply mail is not regarded as accountable mail because each individual mail piece is not signed for, assigned a number, scanned to show proof of delivery. I thought there was a fairly good understanding of that at our last meeting.
So follow-up question, are the business reply mail pieces counted?
Usually when I did business reply mail processing many, many years ago in the Kailua-Kona post office, that was when all the mail was sorted manually. In other words, all the mail for one zip code came into that office. The clerks sorted it. Anything that was a business reply mail piece was put aside and then was processed through the service window in order for that deduction of postage to be made. So usually what we did was, if I remember correctly, it's a long, long time ago I was doing this. We, like, for example, the title companies, they used business reply mail quite a bit. So we would add up, we would count the number of pieces, we would calculate the amount of postage to be deducted, and then we would run a single postage indication, what they call a PVI, postage validation imprint. Stick it to the top piece, rubber band them, give them an adding machine tape of the calculation, and then deliver them. The letter carriers would take them out, deliver them on the routes or the PO boxes. They would be delivered to the PO boxes. So that was not any kind of a formal count. There was no like subsequent, at that point, the purpose of the adding machine tape was to indicate to the trust account holder exactly how much money we had deducted from their account that day. So it's not accountable mail.
How is it possible that we did not get invoices or receipts or counts of 19,000 ballots on the Big Island?
Wait. That 19,000 is an
Well, that's
outrageous
not
number.
accurate. That's
It
not
hasn't
accurate.
talked about ballots. Mr. Osterkamp, could you address that, please? Because we didn't misplace 19,000 ballots.
Well,
Right, and
we don't
I
have.
mean,
Jeffrey?
Yeah, so the report has addressed this. It's clear from the report. The 19,000 thing's a talking point that is designed to rile up the people who attend these meetings. That's all it is. And I think we all know that by now. It's simply a false statement. The count is not based on the USPS envelopes. It's not based on the business reply envelopes. It's It's just not the way it works. And I think Commissioner Dalton can explain that probably better than I can.
So
how is it possible to not?
Ralph, what metric does that 19,000 value apply to?
Well, the county has a record of collecting 27,000 ballots. They have through the Dropbox, and then 28,000 through the post office, and we're missing 19,000. The county clerk said that those pieces came through the mail, and the post office did not give receipts for those pieces that were received through the mail and their business reply mail. So I'm wondering how the post office would not be able to count the 19,000 ballots and invoice them. So that's the crux of why we voted to count envelopes. And so I'm just asking Ms. Dalton, do they count them? And is this a possibility that they would accidentally not bill for 19,000 business reply mail receipts?
I'm not certain what receipt you refer to.
On the business reply mail receipts that I sent to you, there's a count of each piece, and there's a 72 cents charge for each envelope that is delivered to the post office, to the County of Hawaii for the mail-in ballot envelope packets. So they did not provide receipts for over 19,000. And I'm wondering, is that a real possibility, or did?
No, it is not.
Okay, so the official statement by the County of Hawaii is that the post office did not give those receipts, and you're saying that's not possible, and that is why we have voted to count the envelopes to confirm what is true. But I'd like to make a motion on this, Chair. Can I have the floor to make a motion?
You have the floor.
Okay, I move that all mail-in ballots for the 2026 election be sent via accountable mail in order to enhance chain of custody controls and reduce the risk of fraud. Do I have a second?
A second for discussion.
Barbara.
It would cost a fortune. It would never happen. To send a certified letter costs $6 or $7 per piece. And that's the cheapest. Postal rates, like everything else, have skyrocketed. Yeah, I mean, it's completely unrealistic.
Dylan.
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to address you, Chair. I take issue with your obvious bias against what two separate pigs made up of nonpartisan members of the commission providing substantial evidence to the lack of receipts and our findings there, and always supporting Commissioner Osterkamp's report, which, by the way, Commissioner Papalimou did not agree with and removed herself from. And you continually state that the findings of the other pigs were ludicrous. And so I would appreciate if you did not operate in that bias and instead presented to the whole commission all three reports as considerable. Secondly, I think what I'm hearing here, I'm just going to share where I'm at with all of this, okay? I think what I heard from Commissioner Dalton is that, everything I heard from Commissioner Dalton is that with the business reply mails, they manually sort, they calculate in order to figure out how much to deduct from the trust account. And for me, that transaction right there requires some kind of quantity, some kind of count. And that's what Commissioner Cushney is saying. If there's that kind of transaction happening, there should be documentation and paperwork for that. There should be a receipt for that. So when you've got all that the Hawaii County had given to the two pigs, showing the 50-some thousand combined with what was at the ballot boxes with the business reply mail receipts, that should equal the same number that was inputted into the SVRS. But however, there is a discrepancy there. And that's what we're trying to solve. And so what Commissioner Cushney is now after is, okay, if we're saying we can't have, listen, if we're using the USPS for our elections, they should be able to tell us exactly how much envelopes have come through the USPS for our elections. If we're saying we can't do that, and the only other option is to spend a fortune with accountable mail, then let's do that, because the confidence of every ballot is worth that fortune. But in my opinion, I believe it's actually already something that we can be accountable to with the business reply mail. And wires are just being crossed here. We're saying that, you know, the what's turned into the business reply mail is going to be subtracted from the trust account that's set up. How does that happen? There has to be some kind of metric to know how, right? I'm just saying, the USPS has to be able to tell us how many envelopes have come through the mail for our elections. That's where I'm at with this.
Lindsay, you had your hand up.
I do have my hand up. It's not about the motion though, so I guess I'll save it. It's a question for Commissioner Dalton.
Okay, we'll save that one. Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So these are our elections and they must be secure. And to say what are our ballots worth to vote, and we're saying $6 or $7 is not worth sending them in the mail. So that just really has me perplexed. The budget for the state is billions of dollars. And if you divide that by the number of people voting, each vote is worth, I think, around $30,000 or $40,000 when it gets delivered. So to spend $6 on an envelope for somebody's vote is not unreasonable. And we should also take a look at how many envelopes we're sending out. So what we're doing right now is we're blasting out envelopes to everybody and their brother and now their dogs. And it's akin to sending leaflets out of an airplane. And we're scattering these things all over the place, and there needs to be more security. So requiring mail-in ballots to be sent by accountable mail would reduce delivery to addresses where voters no longer reside, create a documented record of undelivered ballots, and make ballot interception or stuffing significantly more difficult by establishing clear chain of custody accountability. If we cannot secure our ballots through the mail, then we should not vote by mail. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimo.
Yes. I appreciate what you said, Commissioner Adrian. I also want to speak to, if Commissioner Dalton is saying it is too expensive to track these ballots and call them accountable, that's a prime reason to go back to voting in person. We have voting by mail for those who cannot make it to a ballot box. We've always had that. You go in, you request it, they send it to you. They were taking away that. That's what they were stopping. They were stopping people asking for their ballot and just saying everybody's going to get one. And if you remember, when you went in to vote in 2020, they were requesting, when you came in to vote at the service centers, that you sign this green sheet of paper for any address changes, etc. But they wanted you to fill the form out. That form, if you read it, said that I want to be included in forever mail-in ballots. So they were trying to get authorization from you that you wanted mail-in ballotings forever, so that it would back up the law that they passed, that emergency proclamation law, that we were all going to vote by mail. And when I refused to sign it is when they told me I couldn't vote. And then we cleared that up because it is stated in the statute that it is not mandatory, that form. So there's so much wrong with this. And there is a discrepancy. It's the reason I took my name off of that pig. John Hendricks said he gave us everything that they received from the U.S. Post Office. So he is saying that we did not receive receipts for 19,200 whatever ballots. That's what he's saying. If he is saying to us in Commissioner Osterkamp's report that he has given everything he has, then he is saying the post office the receipts that we've gotten from the post office that gives them permission and validation to take money out of the account, because we gave them that. We gave them authorization to take that money out. Then there is a discrepancy because they're only taking out the receipts that they gave to John Hendricks, which he is saying is all of them. So we underpaid the post office, apparently, or we have to figure it out. There is a discrepancy. Now, no one has suggested getting to the accounting office and saying how much was deducted from the United States Post Office to the Hawaii County Clerk for this election. Because if you divided by 74 cents, you would know exactly how many ballots they got paid for. Why would the post office not take money owed? So it's so easy to do this. And everybody fought requesting that information from either the financial audit aspect or making the post office. They're saying they did everything. Hendricks is saying he has everything. And there's still a discrepancy. But nobody wants to go look at the money in the bank. Go look at the money in the bank. Mm-hmm. That will tell you exactly how much the county clerk of the county of Hawaii allowed the U.S. Postal Service to take. And the only person that can look at that money, from what I understand, is Mr. Scott Nagle.
I think Mr. Hendricks, but
Mr. Hendricks already gave us a letter, stating that he gave us everything. So he is stating that what the county recorded as the ballots received is exactly the money that his county clerks were paid out.
Thank you.
He is saying that in his letter. In the report by Commissioner Osterkamp. This is why it is a valid discrepancy. And I, too, frustrated to the max when you continue to say it's not. It is.
On the floor.
I would just like to point out that county
We have a
clerk,
motion on the floor. Are we speaking?
Yes, we do. We're talking about it. Miss Dalton.
I
please.
just want to clarify that our county clerk is named John Henricks, not Hendricks, like Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah,
It's
I'm taking that he
Henrik.
owes me one.
Thank you. Mr. Apana, you had something?
Yeah. The maker of the motion, I wanted to know the definition or what system is used to do accountable mail. We just talking certified letter? Is that what they requesting?
I'm leaving it up to whoever, but Ms. Dalton has said that there's a difference between accountable mail and business reply mail. And so we can leave that
That's
up.
not just me talking. That's
So
Postal Service function.
Okay, so
Mr. Apana, please continue.
I just wanted to know what
Ralph, please be
system-
quiet. Ralph,
I just wanted to know
Mr.
what
Apana, we're
system
talking
is,
about the motion
is
on the
being
floor.
requested to see if it meets the goals. I don't know what the difference of accountable mail is.
Could I ask the secretary to put the motion in the chat so that we can all stay on the motion? And we're going to take a break in about 5 minutes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
I mean,
So,
that's all I
Ralph,
want.
we do have a motion on the floor. Mr. Apana, go ahead.
That's all I want to know, what accountable mail the definition is.
Ms. Dalton just got done explaining that.
And
It's mail that you sign for.
So
And
it's
it
like
has a number
certified mail.
assigned, and delivery can be proven.
Certified mail.
Correct. Or registered. More expensive.
Yeah. So that means the post person gotta get everybody's signature. If they not home, they need to go to the post office,
Correct.
etc. Cumbersome.
Well, that's on the assumption that all ballots are mailed to registered voters via certified mail. And then I would imagine that Commissioner Cushney would like to see all ballots returned by certified mail. To be honest, I don't know if you can affix certified or, any special service to a business reply. I don't think you can. So
So you're
that
saying
would
it's
then
both ways, then?
invalidate that. Then the post office would not be paying for the incoming ballots. Rather, the individual voters would be relied upon to mail by certified mail to at the expense of, anywhere between $5 and $10 per. So, essentially that's, you're asking people to pay to vote.
Mr. Apano, would you continue your line of thinking?
Yeah, I mean, so the state is gonna pay somewhere between 7 to 10 per ballot going out, and the individual voter needs to pay $7 to $10 to send the ballot back to the state. Is that how it works? I mean, I'm not a postal guy.
Okay, in the chat, there's the motion that all mail-in ballots for the 2026 election be sent via accountable mail to enhance chain of custody controls and reduce fraud. Additional discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, well, this would be a great time for Scott Nago to check the voter rolls to see if there's people that have been gone for a long time and to reduce the list that
that's a different question.
No, this is part of the question.
It's a different question. The motion is that all mail-in ballots of the 2026 election be sent as accountable mail to enhance chain of custody controls and reduce fraud.
We're now on Robert's Rules of Order. This is my time. I'm tying it to the question. By reducing the people on the voter rolls, there would be less ballots to send out and less fraud perpetrated. So if Mr. Nago
How does that relate to this motion?
Well, I just did. You would have less mail ballots to mail out.
So you want fewer voters?
I'm saying there's voters that are on the registered list that aren't voting, and we got about 50% participation rate.
That's a different question.
Well, it's the same question.
Addressing this question, a motion that all mail-in ballots of the 2026 election be sent to accountable mail to enhance chain of custody controls and reduce fraud.
Yes, so
every registered voter is what this mail-in motion addresses. Is there any other discussion related to this motion?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
So I think the security deserves the money. We should know what's happening to our.
That's after we vote on this motion. Let's see what the motion, if the motion carries or not.
Chair.
Yes, Dylan. You're muted.
Yes, Chair. I'm in favor of the motion out of principle because we're saying that we can't track with BRM, but we could track with accountable. I just want to tell the commission, I don't think it's feasible. I don't think we can actually, and the result of even passing a motion like this would be, of course, we're not the administrator of the department, right? It's Scott Nago who's the administrator. He would have to enact this or work through the legislature to enact this. So I'm voting yes out of principle because we can't just sit here and go, well, the BRM we can't track how much. We just have to trust it, right? So that's why I'm voting yes on this. That's all.
Chair.
I would ask for a roll. I'm sorry.
Chair. Just to be clear, there have been more false statements than I think we can correct here. But among other things, this issue came about because Mr. Cushney asked for records from the county. The county didn't make statements in providing the records. It provided the records to him. It didn't provide groups of receipts. It provided summaries by day for the number of business reply mail tallies that the USPS had said that it gave the county. There were a number of days for which the USPS did not provide numbers. Unless anybody actually thinks that those numbers were legitimately zero on those days, they know that in fact, it's just a matter of those numbers not having been provided by the USPS not due to any actual fraud. Now, we know for a fact what the actual ballots are, what the actual envelopes are, because we have them. When I say we, I don't mean necessarily this commission, but by law, those are kept. If we need to go back to those, Mr. Nago can do it. We've asked for an audit. We can do that. And instead, we're actually entertaining a motion which would be completely unrealistic and is simply foolish to even be raising this and voting on it. It's a waste of everybody's time. And I wish that we would go down the road of actually trying to make the voting system easier and better rather than engaging in this type of foolishness.
Thank you. Is anybody opposed to having a vote on this now? Then I call a roll call. Please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Then I'll call a 10-minute recess. Could you put a 10-minute timer, please? And we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Yes, Chair.
Chair, I believe we need to take a vote on the recess now that we've adopted Robert's Rules of Order.
Good point, Dylan.
I'm for it. I need a bathroom relief break, but I just want to follow the rules that we've adopted.
Let's take a roll call.
Okay.
Not just, are there
You
any
want-
objections?
Yeah, are there any
Right.
objections to taking a 10-minute break?
Hearing none.
Hearing none, we'll
Hearing
take a
none.
10-minute break. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order and request a roll call.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Commissioner Apana. We'll come back around. Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton. We'll come back. Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis,
Here.
Commissioner Apana, Commissioner Dalton.
Here.
Okay. Okay. You still have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Continuing on, communications and correspondence. Is there any other discussion on any of the other letters?
Chair,
Yes, Lindsay Cam.
Yeah. So my recollection about the letter to someone in the Postal Service was what we voted on was inviting someone to come to the meeting and answer questions. And Commissioner Dalton either, I don't know, volunteered or was assigned the task of doing that. But this letter does not invite anybody to come. It kind of lays out, you know, what she thinks. So I'm just curious about why it wasn't exercised the way that we voted on.
Barbara?
You know, my understanding was that we would write a letter and then try to elicit some involvement from a postal employee. So what I did was reached out to the postmaster of record on the website, Roberta Ka'aumoana, but turns out Roberta retired at the end of last year. So I went into the Hilo post, after I sent the letter, I followed up, went into the Hilo post office. I spoke to a window clerk who is familiar with business reply mail. And then she also told me currently there is no postmaster, but they have an officer in charge. And I haven't yet gone in to talk to her. I also checked with my former colleague in Kona, Paul Teixeira, who I mentioned in our last meeting. And I'm not getting a lot of willingness to come and speak to the commission. Because these are, you know, these are people that work long, hard days in the post office. And, you know, I think what's needed is for, oh, and then the other suggestion that was made was to reach out to the business mail entry unit in Honolulu, because in the many years that have elapsed since I was a postal employee, much of the mail processing is centralized through the processing and distribution center in Honolulu, out by the airport. So I don't know who it would be appropriate to call. It's very hard to call the post office anyway. Yeah, so, and you know, when I wrote to Roberta, Commissioner Kushney has indicated that he felt that the letter I wrote sort of assumes a foregone conclusion, but I just sort of felt like, you know, I had to give her some background as to what all of this is about. And I did include verbatim the exact language of the inquiries that Commissioner Kushney had wished to be made. So at this point, I'm going to try to see, I think her name is Kia or Kaya, the one who's running the Hilo post office right now. And then see if there's some way that someone will come talk to us. But I must say, I'm not real optimistic about that.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Lindsay, did that answer your question?
Yes.
And Ralph, you had your hand up first.
Oh, sorry, I didn't put mine on.
Yeah, so the motion that we made was to have the Election Commission request that a postal service send a representative to the commission to answer questions. So if I mean, it seems like we need to resend the letter, maybe assign somebody else to write the letter, and get some. My question is, has Mr. Nago reached out to the post office at all?
We assign this to Barbara. We'll let Barbara. My suggestion is to let Barbara follow up and get back to the commission again, perhaps with somebody from the Postal Service that'll talk to us.
Well, can she make it happen before the next meeting to like identify somebody, because this person doesn't even work there?
She's been trying, Barbara.
You know, I would point out that from my past experience as a postmaster, the post office generally only responds to inquiries made at the federal level by members of Congress. We are not, the post office is not in any way administered by the state. So it would, if anybody agreed to come talk to the State of Hawaii Elections Commission, it would be, you know, probably merely as a courtesy. So again, I'm not optimistic, but I will keep trying to see if, and I'm trying to figure out who to contact in Honolulu. I think most of my previous contacts are gone, although I was happy to learn that Sheila Aplana is still working. But you know, again, they usually when it's an inquiry from a member of Congress, there is a mandate for action, but any other inquiries from other governmental entities that are not fed, there's less likely to be participation.
Thank you. Ralph?
Yes, so how are we instilling confidence into the public right now by saying the post office won't send anyone, not going to happen? And then you've told us that the business—
That's not what I said.
The business reply mails is not accountable. So we're trying to tell the public that everything's great with the mail-in voting system and we should do this. This isn't installing any confidence at all in the postal system. They won't cooperate with the Elections Commission to see if and answer questions. So I think this is a big issue and we really need to consider, how do we verify anything that Scott is telling us? So we have—
Wait, you're jumping from the post office to Scott to this. Let's keep it to these commentaries and things that we can address. Ms. Papalimo.
I have a recommendation. Reach out to the head of their union. The head of their union may be very willing to come forward and answer some questions.
Any other discussion or motions on these letters of communications and correspondence?
I have a question, Chair.
Mr. Apana.
I just wanted to ask a question. Where are we on finding an auditor to do the audit that we need? Because they might answer all these questions we have.
Concur.
I just want to know where we are
I'm sorry.
in that process.
I think that, didn't we, Mr. Sabas and Lindsay, they were going to address the Big Island audit?
Correct.
Okay, so then I'll just wait for that results. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that, Lindsay? Is where we're at? We're just—
Well, we were told to wait. We were told to wait until the DAG gets back to us about court orders and so on.
That's the next part of the agenda, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just reminding you that that's how we left it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
So how do we verify the chain of custody documentation? And this was one of the ways that we were trying to independently verify how many envelopes were delivered to the Big Island by looking at the receipts. And where Mr. Osterkamp says that it's absolutely crazy to count the receipts to figure out how many envelopes came through the mail because they can't be trusted. So my question is, how does the commission or the public or anyone verify the number that they're telling us of envelopes that were received?
That's what this audit will hopefully expose.
Okay, but besides for having an audit, how do we verify the numbers?
We don't. We have an audit and verify the numbers.
We don't have a way to verify them. That's the problem.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on communications and correspondence?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph, do you have a motion?
So no, I'm just following up on this one. So is Ms. Dalton going to rewrite a letter and get somebody else, address somebody else?
She's still working on it.
Okay.
Why don't you send me a draft, Ralph?
Okay.
A letter.
I would leave
And
it to
I
your
will, then
personal
I'll work on
contact.
it myself.
So can we go to the next letter?
Dylan.
Can I, I was anticipating someone coming to ask questions. And so I have a couple questions. Should I voice that? So maybe that could be included in the letter. Or I guess I could just give that to Ralph if he's drafting the letter.
Or actually give it to Barbara because she's the one looking at the post office and getting response back to us. The questions are for the post office?
Yes.
Then you might want to shoot those to Barbara to see if her.
Okay, no, I
person-
only mentioned Ralph because she just asked Ralph to draft the letter. So I'll just send it to.
Is it okay for us to email individually or should it all go through Ray?
2 commissioners can talk. 3, it's a violation unless it's at an authorized meeting. 2 can talk.
Okay, but what about emails?
Yes.
If it's only 2 of you involved in the thread, then as I understand OIP.
Okay.
We don't
Lindsay.
have
So
each other's emails.
anything you want in the letter, I suggest you send it to commission staff to then forward to me. That's
There you go.
probably cleaner.
Okay,
Lindsay,
thank you.
got something? Lindsay?
Yes, if we are going down the list of letters, is that
Okay.
is that where we are?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so this actually applies to all 4 of them. Did you get any responses from any of the county clerks
I don't
or
believe
county
so.
auditors? I'm sorry.
No, I don't believe so. I haven't seen any.
Will you be following up, Chair?
Ralph?
Yes, will you be following up?
I'll be waiting for a response.
I'll take that as no. So I have a question for Mr. Nago regarding the auditor, the letter to the auditor. In the last meeting, I made the statement that the Hawaii County did not have any transfer logs. So does Mr. Nago,
Which letter are we talking about?
the Hawaii County letter,
Okay, thank you.
audited the 2024 election. So Mr. Nago, did you find the transfer logs for Hawaii County transferring the envelopes from the County of Hawaii to the state of Hawaii? Do they exist?
We did not look for those letters, those logs.
Okay, you said you would have those for the next meeting in the last meeting. So I've requested those through Freedom of Information Act and they do not exist. So the fact that the envelopes count is off and there is no transfer logs is very troubling. So I move to have the Chief Elections Officer produce the transfer logs used when the County of Hawaii delivered ballots to the State Counting Center before the next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So what I'm slowly showing is that the records don't match and we have exhausted all of the ways to prove that what Scott Nago is telling us is correct. And he said that we had transfer logs. I've requested those. The Big Island does not have any transfer logs. And so if that's not true, this motion just simply asks Scott Nago to provide the transfer logs before the next meeting. That should be a simple ask. That should have been in his hands to certify the election. So this should be a simple yes for everybody to request. Thank you.
Could we put this motion in the chat again, please?
Yeah, sure.
And did you catch Ralph's motion, or did he need to repeat it?
Yes, I caught it. Motion to have the chief election officer produce the transfer logs used when the County of Hawaii delivers ballots to the state counting center before the next meeting. Was that correct, Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
And that's for the election of 2024?
Yes.
Just for clarification.
That's showing the transfer of the envelopes in question to the state counting center.
The envelopes or the ballots?
Envelopes.
Okay. Mr. Apana.
So all they want is a sheet of paper with the number of envelopes that were transferred from the county to the state.
With the signatures from the observers on it.
Okay, now you're adding something on.
No, that's what
No,
the
that's
transfer
what's on the transfer logs already.
Okay, I remember one time, I'm not sure what it was. I was asking our Maui County clerk about this, and they said they sealed it for so long and they need a court order to open something. Is this the thing that we need a court order?
No, I
don't think so. I think the logs are different from the ballots.
Okay. Okay. So we're not asking for an impossible thing in 30 days. Okay.
More discussion, Barbara.
So you want the ballot security envelope that
No.
contains the ballot. That's what
No.
you're asking for?
No, there's a log.
Transfer log.
It's
A
chain of
what?
custody documentation.
There.
The number of envelopes being transferred from the county to
There.
The ballot security envelopes, not the
No.
business reply
No.
mail envelopes.
I'd ask for Scott to clarify this.
Yeah.
So Chair, we did provide that. We did provide for the sealing and unsealing forms in the March 19th meeting packet. But they did not provide, the county did not provide the number of envelopes transferred, just the seal numbers, which was already provided in the March 19th packet.
Scott, will the numbers be the same?
It's basically, they take the envelopes, they seal it, they sign off on it, they take it to the counting center, the observers look at the seal number. You can't get into the box without the seal number being broken, sign off on that, it's unsealed. So that's the chain of custody there. But he's asking for envelope count, which they did not do for that election.
So an envelope count was never done at the Hawaii County Clerk's office prior to transporting those envelopes to the state. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so like I said last meeting, that's where we see that as an inventory issue rather than a chain of custody issue. Because those envelopes were sealed and the number was recorded and it was verified before it was unsealed.
Well, if you transfer $100,000 from the bank and they're all in seals, you don't give them the seal count. You actually count the dollars. You see the difference?
That would be akin to the armored service when they deliver money.
No. I'm talking about, you see the difference between the actual 100,000 being transferred
if it's under seal. But if it's under seal and the seal matches, we wouldn't count the envelopes.
So then your transfer log should show the seal number and the envelope count and observing that count is correct. But you are saying there is no count. So you can have $100 seal from the bank. I can observe that the $100 seal of money went to the next person, but I never verified the $100 or the $10,000.
That's where the seal.
How that is not a chain of custody issue, because you are not validating the count of the envelopes. Validating the seal tells me absolutely nothing about the envelopes. That box could be empty.
Exactly.
This is what we're talking about, chain of custody and evidence. I'm glad that everybody wrote down the seal number, but nobody counted the envelopes.
That's how it was done with precincts to the voting center previously. We don't count envelopes. We guarantee that the envelopes are intact with the seal. But Scott, would you have a problem satisfying this motion?
Well, I'm sorry, what was the motion?
Motion to have the chief election officer produce the transfer logs used when the County of Hawaii delivered the 2024 general election ballots to the state counting center before the next meeting.
No, because we already, like I said, we provided at a March meeting.
No, you did not.
Thank you.
And so this is the discrepancy. Yes, he can provide that log, but it isn't an actual ballot count.
That's correct.
Went from the county to the state. That is the problem. That's why we need to count the ballots. And please put my name on the list as either an observer or counter for Hawaii County.
Yeah, that's why we have the audits. Any more discussion on this motion? Yes, Lindsay.
I'm just confused. This is about transferring the envelopes from the county to the state counting center. So I was an observer in the state counting center on Kauai, and those envelopes came in open trays. They didn't come in a sealed anything.
Honolulu.
So I don't know what you're talking about. What are we talking about?
So each county did it differently. So I believe the 3 counties did seal it. Kauai just transferred it with observers present.
Oh my God.
Ralph.
Yes, so if 19,000 envelopes were missing, would we be able to tell that?
They were not missing. They were not missing. Stop.
Do I have
saying
the
things
floor?
that are false.
Do I have the floor?
If you're truthful.
No,
I'm
he's
asking.
out of order. Officer Camp is out of order according to
Excuse me. Ralph has the floor.
If 19,000 ballots are missing and there's no count reported when the envelopes were transferred, how would we identify that?
We would go back to the statewide voter registration system where those ballots were accepted and verified against that.
Okay.
The envelope count to the statewide voter registration system.
Who is allowed to verify the state? Who besides for you verifies the SVRS?
The counties also do it, as well as the Office of Elections.
The counties do not do that. So observers from both parties have not.
Wait. The motion on the floor is to have the election officer deliver the
transfer ballots. Yes.
Call for the question.
Call for the question requires 6 votes to end discussion. If you want to end discussion, vote aye. I take a roll call.
Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Opana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Motion dies.
Wait. Were there 6
I'm sorry.
votes in
Sorry, that was
favor
5.
of
The motion does not
stopping
pass.
discussion?
Yeah, it
Okay.
doesn't pass.
Discussion continues on the motion that's in the chat.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So I'm just asking, nobody can verify the SVRS except whoever's on that computer.
You just want the transfer logs. Is that all you want?
So the
That's
transfer.
what the motion is. The motion is about the transfer logs.
The transfer logs is supposed to identify how many ballots are moved from the county to the state.
That's
And
not true. Scott, could you share with him what the transfer log means?
So transfer logs mean different things for each county. One of the things we're trying to do this election for 26 is to standardize that so it will include the envelope count, but it did not include the envelope count for the Big Island in the 2024 elections.
Thank you.
All they did was seal it, and those seal cert forms were maintained.
Without a count. Okay, this is for the logs. The logs don't have a count of ballots that were transferred. But that's the motion on the floor.
transfer logs, correct. So simple ask, everybody should vote yes. The records should have been there to certify the election.
Thank you. I would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
Yes. Understand they've already been provided.
Motion passes.
Other discussions on communications and correspondence? Ralph, you still have your hand up.
Yes, Chair. Going to the next island, to Mr. Nago. The question is, what does it mean to certify an election?
Wait. These letters contain that? We're talking about these letters and this correspondence. We're not talking about certification.
This is the letter to the county auditor to request an audit for the 2024 election. And the auditor needs to know what it means to certify an election because the island of Maui had no records. They had no collection records and they had no transfer records. So I'm asking Mr. Nago, what does it mean to certify an election? What does he look at when he certifies the election?
Scott, would you care to address that?
So when I certify the election, that's after the completion of the election as well as the corresponding audits.
So what audits are you conducting? What records are you looking at?
So we do a manual audit, which verifies the sample of the results, which is 10% of the polling places. And then we make sure we make sure there's nothing untoward, and we certify the election.
So in the March 17th letter to the commission, you admitted that the county of Maui had no records. So
I did not admit that. I said it inadvertently was not retained. We cannot locate them now. It doesn't mean they didn't have them. They had them at the time, but for whatever reason, we do not have them right now, and they could be sealed up in the boxes.
So the records retention law requires the records to be preserved for 22 months. So were they destroyed?
Like I said, we think they're in the boxes, but doesn't mean just because we don't have them now, it doesn't mean they didn't exist, is what you're trying to say.
So did anybody from your office look at them to verify the records were there when you certified the election?
I do not recall.
Parents.
Yes. Somebody asked, Mr. Apana, did you want to talk?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. Lindsay.
Yes, so this is to Mr. Apana's question earlier when you said, where are we with getting an audit done? And, last month we learned that the state auditor did not feel compelled. And he's the one who suggested that we ask the county auditors to look into the record keeping. And so we have gotten no response from them. It doesn't seem like any of them are motivated either. We know that, so it doesn't seem as if there's going to be a formal audit by an auditor. We don't seem to have the clout to make that happen. All we can possibly do is what's coming up next, which is, not a complete audit. It's just the first step of an audit in one county. And at the same time, we're trying to find some way to verify the elections, whether it's getting receipts from the post office or getting more records from the Office of Elections. We're just coming up with nothing. So I just want to say, I guess, in anticipation of what's coming next, that it seems like our last resort. And so I hope we move forward. That's all.
Mr. Apana.
I'm glad to hear at least we're somewhere with the audit. I always assumed the state and the counties would say no because it's too close to home. When we did that, we go to other jurisdiction, but we're back to the same thing. So I believe that we need I guess, lack of not knowing who does it, like a Deloitte and Touche to do a audit as well as a management audit, something that should be done yearly anyway. And since we don't have the money, now is the time for us as commissioners to ask the legislature to put some money aside so that we can move forward on this particular issue. And on the second breath, it was refreshing to hear Mr. Nago saying that he's trying to, I guess, make all the counties do the same thing so that some doesn't do it this way, some doesn't do it that way. And I'm glad to hear that is happening because it makes our job a whole lot easier. And we just have to set the standards for Mr. Nago and the counties to meet. And I think that's where part of our job is to tell them exactly what we need so that we can do our job, which is verifying, certifying, and ensuring the integrity of the election. So I think we have our job cut out for us. Mr. Chair, later on in this meeting, let me know when it's the time to make a motion to ask the legislature for some money for an outside audit because we have exhausted all the most inexpensive way to do it. And we have no options left.
We're on the topic of audits now, and you can make that motion now.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that this commission send a letter to the legislature asking for funds to do an audit of just one county because it might be expensive. Let's do Big Island since it's the most talked about island. And let's see where that takes us. The dollar figure, I'll leave it open for you and staff to fill in because I have no idea. And that's the motion.
Are you including the management?
Yes.
Is there a second?
The audit and management letter, yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Ralph, you got your hand up.
Yes, Chair. I'm
Always have
for
your
the
hand up.
motion. It needs to happen quick. And we brought up this chain of custody documentation several years ago for Mr. Apana's, and we asked for the forms because the law requires the chief elections officer to provide standardized forms to the counties for those records that we're requesting. So this is not new, and this shows the malfeasance that is present in our elections because this has come up and it's not new, and Mr. Nago still has not standardized the forms for the counties.
The
So
motion is to ask for funding from the ledge.
I agree with
Could
the
you print the motion in the chat again, please?
Yes,
Other
Chair.
discussion. Lindsay, do you have your hand up?
I do.
Please.
A question for Mr. Apana. So your PIG was formed to work with the county clerks regarding chain of custody and so on, or whatever they call it.
Yes.
And to standardize and to standardize their procedures. And parenthetically, it is astounding to find out today that in one county they put things in a bin and lock it up, and in another county they put them in a tray and shuffle them over. It's astounding. So my question is, where is your report? You're not even on the agenda. What's going on with your PIG?
We had only less than 2 months to work on it.
Yeah.
So
I can speak to that
Wait.
too.
Time out. The motion on the floor is to fund an audit, asking the ledge for funding. Let's keep the discussion to asking the ledge for funding so that we can audit the Big Island. Mr. Sabas.
Yeah. If I can direct my question to Scott. Scott, I think I saw recently that you testified before the legislature within the last day or two regarding some budget requests for the office. So my question is, how would something like this, now that we're asking for funds that I assume isn't before the legislature at this point, how would that all factor into what is going on at the ledge, and how will we work that in?
So the testimony that you saw me give was for a bill that required us to print and distribute to every registered voter a voter guide, as well as come up with a comprehensive voter outreach plan. So if we were to get that money, I do not believe we could take that money and use it for an audit, because that money is appropriated for the bill. Now, that bill did not also come from us. We just testified on it. That was a bill that did not originate from this office. We didn't ask for it. We didn't submit it. So I do not know how at this stage of the legislature you would get that kind of request in.
Okay, that would
Does
be my
it need to have
understanding.
been made before the session?
Well, it
Yes.
needs to be made before bill intro deadline, which I believe has passed.
Has passed.
Yes, there would be nothing going into this year's legislature for funding request, because that time has passed.
Okay, another dead end.
Yeah, so the motion really is moot.
No, it's not.
Unless we're requesting it for next year.
Do you guys believe in magic?
Yeah, we can add stuff to bills that
Correct.
are accumulating.
I used to work at the legislature. I know how things can possibly happen. And I think this one is important enough that I'm willing to spend my energy to make sure the best chance of success.
Mr. Sabas, your opinion, please? Can we get money out of the ledge?
I'm just thinking back, and I can't remember specifically. I think we engaged Representative Shimizu on something that we wanted from the ledge. Maybe somebody can refresh my memory, but I agree with Mayor Apana that our request for funding as it is now has a ways to go. And before it gets to the money committees, there's ways of introducing other items, that we think are important, or the legislature thinks is important too. So I think that there's possibilities, but I want to caution all of us. I'm sure we all are very much aware our credibility isn't that great.
Yep.
And I think that's one of the issues that, Dylan, you might shed some light on in trying to progress with our PIG, that the response we get back is like, we can't talk to you guys. We got to talk to our attorneys. Our county attorneys have to be engaged in the discussions with you folks. So I think we need to fully accept that fact that we don't have the best credibility, so I think we need to improve on that somehow. But as far as asking the legislature for something that may or may not be important to them, I don't think the door is totally closed at this stage.
Thank you. Dylan.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm in support of the motion. I do also want to highlight Commissioner Apana mentioned, this is something we should actually be doing regularly. And so maybe in the future, we should also be requesting for an annual audit and for the legislature to set aside funds for that once we see the success or, we see how this first one goes. And just to shed light on our PIG report, Chair, I do want to request that we're on the agenda for next meeting to provide a preliminary report without sharing, what I can't share. I will say a lot of what we Will report is already public information, and there's substantial things that have come up even in public testimony where there's been a lack of response from the different county offices. We'll be able to still furnish a report that the commission can take action on.
So your pig report on the next agenda item, or the next
For
agenda.
March, please.
Okay. Ralph.
So I got two things. The commission made a motion months ago.
We're talking about the motion on the floor now, about asking the ledge for funding.
I know, quit interrupting me, and I'm going to get there. So the motion was to do an audit of the entire state. And what happens is we keep on diluting that original motion. So I'd like to, if we're going to set aside funds, it needs to be for all the islands and make sure everything is standardized for the entire election. Every island has unique problems. And we are talking about the Big Island the most, but we should expand this to be the entire state. And then my second thing is that we still need to move forward with the hand count audits. That will not change anything. None of the ballots will, everything's going to be preserved. So we still need to move forward to find out if those envelopes exist. So I don't want that to dilute this motion, to dilute the actions that we've already taken. So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to appropriate funds for the entire state.
Request funds. We don't have
funds.
So the amendment is to include the entire state, the audit with all four, actually there's 5 counties, but 4 counties.
Yes.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Motion was made and seconded to expand the request for funding to include all 4 counties. Discussion.
Yes,
Ms. Papalimo.
I do not support the amendment because I believe Mr. Apana may have a better opportunity if we're talking about one county for funding. And if we can get that one county done and we can show them how necessary it is, it puts us in a better position to then request annual audits going forward for the state. So at this point, I am not in favor of the amendment. I'd like to see us pass the first motion first.
Thank you, Ralph. You have your hand up.
Mr. Apana, so are you going to push this through personally?
Wait. Then we'll ask Mr. Apana. We'll give Mr. Apana the floor.
Do I have the floor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to vote against it because, we don't have anything in the ledge right now. And everything's getting divvied up. There's more requests than resources. We're coming in almost after the horses have left the gates. And but I think I can make a compelling argument that this is what we really need. And if the numbers are not too high, I think they'll find a way to squeeze us in and make it happen. But if we ask for the world, it's easier for them to say no. We just don't have the resources. And that pushes us back in the last century. And I don't want to see that happen. I want to give us the best chance. We've been talking about Big Island, Big Island, Big Island. That's why I think that's the one we should shoot for. And everything else will fall in place after that, provided I can really convince people what we're doing is worthy.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimo.
Mr. Nago, are you in support of this motion we are considering today?
So let me be clear, the motion is to conduct an audit of the Big Island.
To request the legislation for funding for an outside audit of the Big Island election and management. Was it management also, you said?
Yeah, like a management letter, they'll give us ideas of how to make it better.
Yes, great. Yes, that one.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, excellent.
I'll take a vote on the amendment to include the whole state in this money request. Please. This is on the amendment. The roll call is on the amendment to
Yes.
add the whole state rather than the original motion limiting to Hawaii County.
Yes,
Roll
Chair.
call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
No.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
Does not pass. The amendment does not pass.
Back to the original motion to request the election commission to send a letter to the legislature requesting funding to conduct an audit of Hawaii County and management of the 2024 election, just for clarification.
I
Other
have a
discussion?
question. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Lindsay.
Can we make it clear that Commissioner Apana is going to take the lead on that and work
No.
his magic?
No, we're not going to sign him up for a new job.
No,
He's
we're
agreed
doing
to
this
do it.
on behalf of all of us, and I'm just the unlucky guy that gotta fly to Honolulu and convince everyone.
Right. So it's always a question, well, who's going to write the letter? And sometimes it falls between the cracks. So
I'm leaving it up to the chair and staff to do it.
Okay.
So when do you come in then?
As soon as they get the letter to them, I'm going to call ahead of time to my Maui delegation, let them know this letter is forthcoming, and so they can start doing their job.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Chair,
Roll call. I'm sorry, Dylan, go ahead.
I just want to, I don't know if I need to say this, but since I also represent Maui Island, and I just want to be a part of learning from Commissioner Apana and the process and what he does to be efficient, I'd like to join him on his whole journey and all that. So if that's okay, it's just 2 commissioners, right? Not 3.
Not a problem.
Oh, I was just gonna put my name in since it's Big Island we're going for.
Okay.
I tell you what, I'll go on a different day than you, Apana.
I'll ask for a roll call on the motion, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
With your permission, I'll go on to item 5. That's going to be a good one.
No, Chair, we're not done.
Okay. What's your motion, Ralph?
So on the Maui County, I'd just like a discussion that there was no.
I need a motion on the floor for the purpose of discussion. What's your motion?
I'm going to go to Kauai and I'll come back to Maui. So I move that the commission request a written legal opinion from the Deputy Attorney General on whether it was lawful for the Chief Elections Officer to certify the 2024 general election on the same day a timely election contest was filed under HRS 11-174.5. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion. Isn't that something we can just ask him right now?
Could we have the motion in chat, please? Could you read that again, Ralph?
I move that the commission request a written legal opinion from the Deputy Attorney General on whether it was lawful for the Chief Elections Officer to certify the 2024 general election on the same day a timely election contest was filed under HRS 174.5.
Thank you. Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So this motion comes from, I filed an election contest on Kauai because they had an overage of ballots. I turned in the contest on the 25th of November. The law states that the chief elections officer cannot certify an election until the expiration of time to file a contest. And so he certified prior to the expiration of time, and I want to get a written opinion from the attorney. So this motion simply asks whether the election can be finalized while the law still allows it to be challenged in court. And would like to get a written, this should be a simple yes from everyone, to get a written opinion from the Deputy Attorney General stating, yes, this was lawful, or no, it was not lawful. Thank you.
Other discussion.
Yeah, I want.
Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, the way it's worded, I'm gonna vote no. It's a loaded question in the sense that, I mean, the question should be more like, does the chief election officer have the right to certify an election because of this? And don't add in, is it unlawful and all this? Because there's many degrees to what those kind of things mean.
So this is a request for the opinion of the Attorney General. Okay.
I mean, is it unlawful to speed 1 mile over the limit? Yes, it is. Are you going to get ticketed for it? Possibly never. I mean,
so let me explain.
That's
My
the kind of question
Wait. Let
I'm
Apana
confused
finish,
about.
please, Ralph.
You know, they're gonna make it so tight that there's no, I guess, being practical about things. I mean, if the election is won by 1 million votes, it really doesn't make a difference. There's like criterias of what you can do to challenge an election. I'm not sure if they met those thresholds or not. If that's the kind of answer you want, what is the reasons you can challenge one versus did he break the law doing this? I mean, that's a loaded question for me.
It is. We're asking for the AG's opinion. Ralph.
Okay, so let me explain this a little more clear. The law says that the chief elections officer cannot certify the election until after the time passes for a challenge. And the law says it's 20 days for somebody to challenge an election. If he certifies the election before those 20 days are up, that doesn't give anyone the right, it doesn't allow anyone to challenge the election. So the statement is pretty clear. Is that lawful to do or not? Because the law says it's not. And so it's just asking the Attorney General his opinion on do our laws matter? Do our election laws matter or not? And that's all of these things that we're asking in the commission. Do we need chain of custody? Do we need transfer of records? Do we need to follow the election laws? And this is another one of those things that is being broken. Does the law matter or not? And that's all I'm asking. And you're saying, well, you know, it's just 1 mile an hour. He just certified 1 day early. What's the big deal? And that's what I'd like to find out. Is it a big deal? Maybe I changed the motion. Is it a big deal if the chief elections officer certifies the election early, even when there's a election contest?
Mr. Osterkamp.
Yeah, so Ralph has filed a series of cases before the courts, some of which have reached the Hawaii Supreme Court. And what he's trying to do here is add something that he can put in his filings. And so this isn't a motion to benefit him individually. This isn't something that is going to benefit the commission. In fact, it's the opposite. I would invite everybody to read some of the opinions, all of which reject the positions that he's taking.
Thank you. Other discussion on the motion to ask the Attorney General for a written opinion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
I think the public deserves to know if the chief elections officer is following the laws or not. So we're simply asking, was he following the law when he certified the election early?
Other discussion?
Yeah, one last one.
Yes, Mr. Apana.
After hearing both commissioners, I think Commissioner Kushner will get his
Kushney.
answer one way or another in a court of law, which is near finite. And I think that's where it should be decided, not in this venue.
Thank you. Other discussion?
We're just asking for opinion, Chair.
I understand that. Dylan.
Sorry, I just wanted context and clarity. Ralph, when Commissioner Osterkamp is saying that, wasn't the case dismissed on technicality or something like that?
We're not talking about the case. We're talking about requesting a DAG's opinion. You want to
Okay,
request
I've been supporting the
written
motion.
opinion.
So I'll put this black and
Yeah.
white. The law says the election shall be certified after the 26th.
Right, and it wasn't.
25th. And he certified it the day before. And then, which basically took my case out of play. So we're asking if it's lawful for him to certify the election before the time that he was allowed to do it by law.
You're asking the AG's opinion on that.
Opinion on that. And I think the public would like to know that answer and get his opinion. Why wouldn't we ask him that question?
Because you already stated as fact. Let's other discussion on the motion to ask the AG's opinion. Call a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
Motion does not pass.
Okay. Moving on, and are we done with communications and correspondence yet?
Not yet, Chair.
Okay, what you got? Entertain a motion.
I move that the Elections Commission's direct the staff to prepare and place on future agenda a written status report identifying prior Elections Commission motions related to election verification, ballot accountability, audits, and permitted interaction group recommendations. And for each such motion to indicate the date of the motion, the action directed, whether the motion has been completed, partially completed, remains outstanding, or was rescinded, and any additional commission action required to bring the motion to completion. Do I have a second?
I'd like to see that motion written down in the chat so we know what we're talking about.
Yes,
So would you like me to read it again?
Yes, please.
So I move that the Election Commission direct staff to prepare and place on future agenda a written status report identifying prior Election Commission motions that were adopted related to election verification, ballot accountability, audits, and permitted interaction group recommendations. And for each such motion, indicate the date of the motion, the action directed, whether the motion has been completed, partially completed, remains outstanding, or was rescinded. And for any additional commission action required to bring the motion to completion.
And Dylan seconded it?
Yeah, I have a discussion point though.
Okay.
I have discussion, Chair.
Please, Ralph.
Okay, so we've already made motions that would have eliminated a lot of these issues. One of the motions that was adopted about a year and a half ago was that we asked that the counties sign under penalty of perjury the chain of custody documentation was being kept in accordance with the law. And if that motion had been instituted, we wouldn't be here arguing about whether chain of custody was met or not. So the status of motions and the motions that we passed just go to the minutes to die. And what I'm asking here is for the motions that we've made to keep them updated to the commission and put them on outstanding business or whatever you want to call it. And until the motions have been acted on, pop them up, who's in charge, and how are we going to get those things implemented? So I'm just basically asking for the motions that have already been made, not to let them die into, you know, the.
Okay. I understand.
Dylan,
Okay, first of all, Commissioner Cushney, your motions are so long. You gotta make it bite-sizable for everybody. Secondly, we have actually passed this motion already.
Yes.
To Commissioner Cushney's point, where we did have a summary of all of our motions and whether they passed, what was outstanding. It stopped along the way. It sounds like we're just renewing this request. And I'm in favor for it because, like he said, we wouldn't be here talking about chain of custody documentation had we actually implemented the motion that we all agreed and passed in the previous meeting. So I'm in support of the motion. Work on your motions, Ralph.
other discussion? Ralph, you have your hand up.
No, sorry.
Okay, Lindsay, you have your hand up.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Ralph is asking for a one-time thing or, you know, like a one-time report or an ongoing
It should be like
thing on the agenda. I would be very much in favor of a unfinished business section on the agenda, which is pretty much routine in any other organization that I've ever been a part of, because people forget. Unless it's on the agenda, they forget what was directed or decided in past meetings. And so even if something is not ready to be presented, like the December pigs, you know, report or update or something, it would remain on the agenda so that it doesn't just fall off the table. So I'm not sure if that's the same thing or a different thing from what you're talking about, Ralph, but I am in favor of that.
Same
Other
thing.
Discussion, Ralph.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing, unfinished business.
I'm going to raise my hand.
Okay.
Does this require a motion, or do we need to just have the chair remind staff that this was voted on, that we had been doing it, but that it had stopped, and to remind them to get that back up on par? Chair?
Yeah.
Do you think it requires a motion, or just you going back and reinforcing that we had already passed this?
Well,
they were doing it and then they stopped doing it, and we need them to start doing that again because the motion had been passed previously.
we did have a status of motions that I think we went through. We categorized, eliminated some of the complaints by batching them. And I think we've been working through that, but yeah, it's a fair idea. Technically, the staff doesn't prepare the agenda. The chair does. And the chair has that prerogative. And I've exercised that in a few cases. Mostly I keep it open, but there are some things that too petty or detailed for us to consider as a commission. Like Dylan mentioned, that Ralph's motions are convoluted,
lengthy, and
yeah.
But there was no need for this motion, because if they were still doing what we had passed previously, he would never have to do this. Which is
I'm the one that does it. The chair is responsible for the agenda and totally responsible for the agenda. That's within my authority to limit it, as committee chairs in the ledge do. There are some laws that they don't pass through. There are some requests that Ralph's made that I have ignored. And as my prerogative as chair. The other thing is, on the next agenda, I'm going to add the replacement of the chair on July 1st. I term out in June. It takes 6 votes to elect a chair, and that'll be on the next agenda, is the process for replacing me. I'd be happy to help you with that. If you get 5 votes, I'll be your 6th vote for a new chair. But the agenda is mine's, not the staff's.
Point of order.
And Ralph continues to address staff and request and require them to do stuff. He doesn't have that authority. This agenda is my authority. What point of order would you like to raise that? What rule am I not?
My point of order is just that my request was to you regarding this motion, saying, can you just have that done as an unfinished business in the agenda so we don't need another motion for this? And then you were talking about your term and leaving, so I just felt we were going off campus. And I was just trying to bring us back so I can get an answer from you that you would like to include unfinished business in the agenda going forward, as we had requested and passed a year ago.
I'll make that commitment on a meeting by meeting basis.
Perfect.
Sure.
Is there any, Jeffrey, did you have something?
I did. So sorry to ask this now, but are you able to vote on your replacement? Do you have a vote? I mean, I'm just genuinely
I'm a member of the commission until I'm voted off. I'm not sure what kind of extended chairmanship your lack of action will cause. That's why I'm going to bring it up at the next commission meeting. Right. Is that if you cannot find with 6 votes another chair, what is my status in July?
You're required to keep going.
Wait. Okay. No, the motion
there's
on the floor,
precedence for that with Scotty Anderson. So
the motion on the floor is the agenda thing here.
Oh, I thought we were going to vote
other discussion on the agenda. I'll call for a roll call vote on this request. The motion on the floor that's posted in the chat.
Commissioner
Roll call,
Andrion?
please. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Andrion? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
yes, sorry, I had to read through the whole motion. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Apana?
No.
Commissioner Kushney?
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton?
No.
Commissioner Cam?
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
No.
Commissioner Papalimu?
I'm going to say no. I think we've already done this.
Commissioner Sabas?
No.
Chair Curtis?
No.
The motion does not pass.
Is there any other motions anyone would like to make on section 4 commitments, that communication and correspondence?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that the agenda for the Elections Commission contain old business and new business going forward.
Second.
Discussion.
I think by changing the order of the day and getting the agenda set up so that it shows us what our past things are that we're still working on and includes them in the agenda, avoids the whole asking everybody to do something. It just requires the chair to include the stuff that's still open and ongoing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other
And
discussion?
that, no matter who the chair is, if we make this motion, whoever the chair is, if they include it in their ongoing agendas, it'll be perfect.
Like adding unfinished business to the agenda.
Unfinished business, old bit, yeah. I would rather do unfinished business and new business.
New business you can't add without a 6-day notice to the public. That's what we did earlier. We added that discussion
Robert.
previously. We added to the agenda. It takes, you got to jump over backwards to add anything on the agenda. So no new business can be added after the agenda is posted 6 days prior to the meeting, according to OIP. That was the OIP and parliamentary procedure training that we talked about last meeting, that nothing's come up, but we've asked, I think OIP has some online training stuff for open meetings. I don't know what, I'm sure there's training for parliamentary procedure.
Yeah, I take training outside, and we are open to having registered parliamentarians at any time that you feel that you need that. Because I belong to their association.
Thank you. Yep.
So do we need to amend this motion then, since her motion included new business?
Okay, so let's just do unfinished business and delete the new business because of the sunshine law.
Could we have the motion in the chat, please? And
Yes,
could you restate it, Ms. Papalimou?
Yes, I make a motion that we include unfinished business on the upcoming agendas.
On all future agendas, yeah.
All future agendas, correct.
Discussion.
No.
Or to entertain a roll call vote on this one, please. But we have to see it in the chat, please.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Anything going on there? So it's pretty clear. Unfinished business is to be added as an agenda item. Is the motion. I would entertain a roll call on that. I think she's still typing. Thank you. Barbara, are you still with us? Yeah, good. Entertain roll call. Thank you.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimou,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Any other items on section 4, communications and correspondence? Hearing none, we're moving on to 5.
Yay.
Discussion. Discussion regarding authority to unseal election ballots from the 2024 Hawaii County General Election in relation to permitted, there's not a permitted interaction group, which is a correction there, formed on January 7th. The board may move to executive session. If you'd like to move to executive session, I'd entertain a motion.
Chair,
Otherwise,
what would the reason be to go to executive session?
I don't have one. I was just asking.
So let's just talk about.
Okay. Okay, I would ask Scott to share with us his.
Actually, Chair, I think I requested to place this on the agenda, and this is
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Ching.
So before we start, I mean, Mr. Commissioner Kushney, just to your point, you know, given that this is legal advice you're receiving from your attorney, I think there's a basis to enter into executive session. I think that's why that language was put in, you know, that so the board may entertain a motion but if they don't wish to, then that's just my recommendation is to take it into executive session, but the board can act accordingly. So that's why I put it there, but I'll leave it to the board on that.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to share with us on the legal authority to unseal the election ballots?
I do.
Yes, please.
I move to executive session.
Wait. Mr. Ching has the floor.
No, and I was just, I was seeing if there was anyone who would, my recommendation is to go into executive session to discuss this to the extent it involves advice receiving from your attorney. So if there's any motion that should be entertained at this point.
Okay. Barbara, were you going to make a motion?
So moved, executive session.
Request for executive session. Is there a second for executive session?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So this is the people's election. It's not our elections. There's nothing that we should be hiding from the public. And the only reason why the Deputy Attorney General wants to hide is he wants to hide his malfeasance And
Please, Ralph.
This needs to be in the open. So you're going to go into executive session, tell us we can't talk about it, and come back out. So I totally against this. Everything needs to be public. This is the public's election. This is not our election. This is for the public. So anything advice you have to say, give it to the world.
To go into executive session, how many votes do we need?
I
6?
believe we need 6.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Chair.
Yes.
I agree with this being in public so that we can hear everything, but I'm also not against going into executive session if it means we would still be able to repeat to the public whatever counsel that DAG Ching gives us, or how does this work? It's just everything he says to us, we can't tell everyone else?
Yes, that's correct. The purpose of that is to resolve something in executive session with discussion with attorney-client privilege. The motion in executive session would be brought out into public session where we could discuss it, the resolution that we have after agreeing or disagreeing with the county attorney, with the DAG's opinion.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll be against moving us into executive session.
Okay. Other discussion?
Yes, sure.
Entertain a roll call for going into executive session.
Okay. Commissioner Andrion?
No.
Commissioner Apana?
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney?
No.
Commissioner Dalton?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam?
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimou?
No.
Commissioner Sabas?
Yes.
Chair Curtis?
Yes.
The motion passes.
How many yes
Does not
votes
pass.
did you
Sorry,
get?
sorry, does not pass. Needs 6 votes.
You got 5. You got 5.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
sorry.
So we'll discuss this in public and
Are
ask.
we supposed to take public testimony ahead of the?
I'm sorry, you're right. That's a correct point of order. I'll open it to public testimony on the attorney on unsealed election ballots on item 5. Would entertain public testimony.
Okay. The first testifier is Elizabeth C., followed by Austin Martin.
Aloha. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Elizabeth Cook. And yeah, I should have testified earlier, I suppose. I drove 60 miles to Kona to vote in person on election day, and I would rather be able to drive 6 miles to my local precinct, which I used to do. And so anyway, I that's what I'm like. That's what I am. That's why I'm here to testify. But I also approve of the have this testimony being in public. So I do approve. I'm here listening. I've been here all day, and I will continue to remain. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Sherilyn Wells.
Aloha, and thank you for hearing me today. My name is Austin
Hi.
Martin. I'm the chairman of the
Yeah,
Libertarian.
I just did, but I didn't testify.
Please mute
Mr.
yourself.
Reclaim my time. I would appreciate it.
Austin, please set it to 3 minutes.
I'm Austin Martin. I'm the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii. You guys have seen me here before. I am extremely disturbed by the desire to hide this behind secrecy because we've heard the deputy attorney generals give legal advice to this committee before without the need for secrecy. What you're watching, ladies and gentlemen, is a crime. These people know that the motions presented recently, particularly the one about certification, highlighted an actual illegal offense. They manifested knowledge of this fact and used that knowledge to say we shouldn't pass this motion because we know there was a violation and that the DAGs would have to incriminate themselves and that could be useful in court. That doesn't benefit Ralph Kushney personally. It's a public interest suit. These scumbags are stealing your elections. Wake up, Hawaii. These people should be in prison. This is wrong. The secrecy is not going to stand. And I really hope that the feds are watching this, because if they just saw what I just saw, it's not going to stand. Now, let's talk about something forward facing. The agenda belongs to the committee, not the tyrant chair, Michael Curtis. You guys are not operating under any actual rule sets. And due to that, they are taking advantage of the fact that there's no rules in order to jam their agenda and their made up rules selectively down your throats to shut up whenever commissioners are working for the people. If you don't think these commissioners are getting threatened, pressured, and coerced outside of these meetings, if you don't think this has implications for you, them, think again. This takes a lot of bravery to stand up for you. And you see these absolute subhuman slime balls pretending to care about the election in order to vote down everything that would expose the fraud. And yes, it is safe to say there has been fraud. And I think that anyone with wits to rub together could see it. Commissioner Barbara Dalton should not be standing in for the USPS as some kind of expert witness. She's a Democrat operative. These people do not care about democracy. They're communists. They want to overthrow us, and that is what they are doing right now, and they are defending a government that did not win elections. I am saying this because I am outraged, absolutely outraged. Now, Commission, get this together. If you're not working for the enemies of Hawaii, then you should take control of the agenda. Stop letting the chair completely dominate the committee. You need to make sure that the agenda gets voted on at the beginning of every meeting. If not, it's not an agenda. And if you can't handle that, adopt Robert's rules. You wouldn't need to vote to format your agenda if you had Robert's rules, because it would have been required all along. And shame on the scumbags who are doing this and stopping Commissioner Cushney and those good commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Shame on you, Mr. Curtis. Shame on you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The next testifier is Sherilyn Wells, followed by Jennifer.
Aloha Commission.
Aloha.
As I previously pointed out to you in an email on June 20th, 2024, Election Officer Scott Nago erroneously conflates retention and preservation with sealing records for 22 months. Retain means don't throw it out. Preserve means don't tamper with the content. A July 2021 federal law constraints on post-election quote-unquote audits is a DOJ guidance document that says federal law imposes additional constraints with which every jurisdiction must comply. Examinations would look at ballots, election records, election systems, all documents and records that may be relevant to the detection or prosecution of federal civil rights or election crimes must be maintained. I think that includes envelopes. The materials covered by Section 301 extend beyond papers to include other records. They also go on, here is the sentence: jurisdictions must ensure that if they conduct post-election ballot examinations, they also continue to comply with retention and preservation requirements of Section 301. Therefore, according to the DOJ, retention, preservation, and examination can be simultaneous. But how can one examine if access to records is denied because Mr. Nago is sealing those records? Sealing records would thus make Nago guilty of concealment under U.S. Code 52, Section 20702. That briefly, it goes to concealment of records or papers. And legal definition of conceal includes the act of intentionally not sharing certain information, especially when there is a legal requirement, the intentional act of making something hard to retrieve. Violators of this section of federal law can face fines of up to $1,000 and imprisonment of 1 year for every violation. Scott Nago is an at-will employee of the Election Commission, which means although you bear significant responsibility for Mr. Nago's actions, you also have a liberally construed ability to act quickly to resolve his myriad failures to protect the integrity of our elections. Commissioners, as you contemplate your next steps in regards to Mr. Nago and his blocking the examination of election records, please consider the legal implications of continuing to circle the wagons around his actions, thus assuming the risk of becoming accessories after the fact of a failure to act upon misprision of felony,
Thank you.
of obstruction of justice, etc.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The previous speaker was so perfectly eloquent and absolutely on point. I was just going to add that it's an absurdity to think that you can't look at election records in order to validate discrepancies or whatever. That's the whole point of keeping them. But she said it way better than I could ever do. So thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Jennifer.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Good afternoon, Jamie.
Good afternoon, Chair. Before you start my time, I do have a clarifying question. So under item number 5 on the agenda, it was discussed earlier in a correction to today's agenda that the word ballot should be envelopes. Is that correct, sir?
No, this is what's incorrect about this is the permitted interaction group, which was not formed on January 7th. That's the only error here.
But wasn't there a discussion because what initially
There was other discussion with the post office.
Point of order, Chair.
This is a motion here. Yes, Ralph, what am I not, what rule am I not following?
The motion was to count the envelopes and to unseal the envelopes. The motion was not to unseal the ballots.
Right. And my correction was on both points. 1, that there's no pig formed, and 2, that it was envelopes, not ballots. Both things were reported by me in writing and in person at the beginning of this meeting.
Okay, so the discussion will include envelopes and ballots.
No, we're not looking at this.
It's just
No. As a point of order, we'll add ballots as well as envelopes to the agenda item.
I don't understand what you're doing.
The motion was to count the envelopes. Ballots had nothing to do with it. So let's not conflate the two.
Okay, this item is to unseal regarding the legal authority to unseal election ballots. We can add
incorrect.
envelopes as well.
No, that is incorrect.
Okay.
What we passed at the last meeting was to count the return, whatever they're called, return envelopes, not the ballots.
Okay.
It's absolutely wrong. And if you go back and look at the minutes of the last meeting, you'll see that it was envelopes, and it was also, there was no pig formed. Both of those things I corrected at the beginning of this meeting.
Correct. And we accepted those corrections.
So you don't want to talk about ballots, we'll talk about envelopes.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And Jamie needed to be correct.
Jamie, would you start your 3 minutes over again, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the clarification. So having said that, so based on the ballot envelopes, 52 U.S. Code Section 20701 compels every officer of election to keep records. This includes ballot envelopes related to registration, ballot materials, and other acts requisite of voting for the 22 months of retention and preservation. So with regards to the action of unsealing, that is not an issue here. these should be readily available for inspection, for audit, even within the 22 months. I want to make sure that the law is not interpreted incorrectly. It appears that, perhaps you're thinking that we can't access these ballot envelopes, but it's important to know that you can access. Audits are conducted all the time. Post-election audits are conducted. So I just want to make that clear that we can pursue this audit of the envelopes. Thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler. Thanks for the clarification.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Michelle Stefanik. Thank you for letting me testify. Before I get started on my prepared, I want to just say I agree with Jamie Detweiler, what she just said. So now what I will say is I'm not an attorney, but I know enough to know that Scott Nago's interpretation of 52 USC 2701 is wrong. He's saying that the ballots cannot be opened during a 22-month preservation period. However, if that is the case, how in the world could we ever audit an election? If you can't count the ballots for 22 months, but then after 22 months they can be destroyed, that makes no sense whatsoever. It's absurd. However, Hawaii law does allow for official audits to be conducted. HRS 11-154 says that ballots can be unsealed and resealed per election rules with bipartisan observers present. HAR 3-177-757G says that subsequent audits may be conducted by the Chief Elections Officer. HR 52-1, the Election Commission directs the Chief Election Officer on what to do. HR 16-42 mandates that hand tallies in post-election audits and further audits are to be performed if there's a discrepancy. We obviously have a discrepancy. If there is a refusal to count the ballots or envelopes, as Jamie just mentioned, that shows in itself that you don't care about ensuring transparency and confidence in our election process. It shows the public that you're afraid of what might be found during this audit. I don't understand why several of y'all are fighting so hard to keep this audit from happening. What are you afraid of? I do agree with Commissioner Apana to ask for funds to have an outside audit performed, but regardless of this, the commission has already voted to count the envelopes. The outside audit should not take precedence over what was already approved. The law allows for hand counts. It was voted on and passed, so it should be done without delay. This commission has proven to be very good at slow walking everything so that things either don't get done, get forgotten, or time runs out. With meetings only happening once a month, I'm also asking the commissioners to make a motion to include an agenda item for the next meeting that outlines when letters or tasks are to be completed, that there are clear items outlined during the meeting that must be included rather than leaving it up to one individual or two to come up with whatever they think should happen. There needs to be something outlined so that, like the letter that was written to the USPS, didn't include what was voted on to invite them to the letter. Instead, it was left to Commissioner Dalton to do what she wanted, and then she didn't do what was asked or what was voted on and passed. So anyway, with that, I yield. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Susan Strom.
Hello, guys. Pikachu Shelby Billionaire back, chairman of the Ohana Unity Party. And I feel like you guys are going through a therapy session because you guys are arguing, fighting each other more than the general public. And we have to listen to this because usually you guys go till 2, 3 o'clock. There's other meetings going on. And with this agenda item, obviously everything's all kapakahi. I put my written testimony because I'm frustrated with a lot of things. Obviously, we can't repeat it all now, and we're going to keep it relevant to your agenda 5 number item with the pig that doesn't exist. So hopefully you guys can work things out together with Commissioner Opana to do the audit. I can feel the new commissioners want stuff done, but there's troubles, there's issues, and I'm working with the legislator now because we're working on bills just like that. While I'm in your session, I'm also in another session, and we have the OHA meeting. We have a lot of stuff going on today. So I hope you guys appreciate that everyone has to take time out of the day just to listen to you guys, get on this Zoom, so you guys argue with each other, fight with each other. And it used to be us calling you guys out on your kukai, but now it's you guys calling yourselves out. So I'm not sure who needs therapy more, the public or you guys, because you guys is driving me bananas. Can you please get your SHIT, you know what, together? Because like I said earlier in the beginning, half of the commissioners seem to be going to be out of this commission. And then the public's going to have problems. Because why can we can't tell the younger people to join this election, run for office when we know it's rigged. With the primary election, you guys still haven't addressed. In the primary election this year, you guys still are going to force everyone to choose a party. And that's how everyone loses, independent or other parties. So I'm not sure when you guys are going to address these issues, has to go on the agenda, because you're going to end up with a lot of lawsuits from people who knows it's rigged, there's fraud, and there's corruption. So I hope you guys can address these issues. I'll save the time for the rest of the testifiers. Peace.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Lori Thorson.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, aloha. I'm in full support of 100% transparency and eliminating executive session altogether. Any attorney-client privilege here should be waived in lieu of full public disclosure, as this is our sacred votes we are challenging here. There's just no space for backdoor whispering or discourse. You are public servants, not special interest publics, special interest puppets. If you want only even partial restoration of public faith, the entire scope of transactions and legalese need to be completely public and transparent. Might I remind you that President Trump has given DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard full authority to pursue and investigate election fraud and mismanagement across the nation, and rest assured, Hawaii is on the tour. So if there is open and honest resistance, if there's resistance to open and honest discourse here, then that only rouses suspicion with the general public, it also implies you have something to hide. So I don't know why there would be any resistance, honestly, to doing this completely open and transparent. I think we can move forward in a much more proactive manner, and everybody shows themselves their true colors, which isn't hard to do at this meeting. So with that, I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Lori Thorson, followed by Vic.
Okay, so I guess I want to talk more about the executive session and the Attorney General's office.
You're muted. Sorry, you're muted. Sorry, you're muted. Please unmute your, there you go.
Okay, it's not happening at my end, it's happening at your end. And I understand why you guys don't want me to talk, because I'm going to talk about the fraud. That all this is happening, the circus going around and blaming this person or that person. One person talks too much, one presents too much information. It's just a circus you guys are presenting to the public. And the Attorney General's office doesn't represent the public. We want to believe they do, but they actually don't, because they actually represent Scott Nago. They actually represent Hakimo Insafi, who I caught stealing $117 million. I filed a lawsuit against him, which is now at the appellate court. So you have to know that even though they talk about going into executive session to talk to the AG is giving them information so they can continue down that road of committing fraud. And part of that is keeping the Democrats in party. We have to make sure, that's their thinking. We have to make sure nothing happens to Scott Nago, because he's been in office now for years. And he's the one who alters the ballot counts. And he doesn't need to substantiate anything or prove anything to you guys, because the AG backs him up. And so when you guys are relying on the AG for information, tell us the definition of this, and really they're just appeasing you. They're giving you just enough information just so that you'll go away. Really what they're doing is they're supporting Scott Nago. Ann Lopez, the Attorney General, was appointed by the governor, Governor Josh Green. Remember the state debt, $43 billion. In the last 3 years, it increased $27 billion. Who did that? The people didn't do it. Our government did it. The Democrats did it. And the only way that we can change this is by voting Republican. I have never voted in my life until this recent last election because I saw the corruptness. I saw what they did to me. I saw how they treated me, and I'm just a citizen. I'm just a person. I'm on Section 8. I'm on housing assistance. I'm retired. I have disabilities. And still, they came after me after I caught the fraud, and they took away my living aid. They took away everything that I need help for because I have epilepsy. I have seizures. And they took everything away from me after what they did to me. They made me homeless last year in October. For a whole month, I was homeless. And I stood on the driveway with a big sign saying fraud. I caught them at the fraud. Everybody knows now. All of HPHA knows now what Haki Moensafi is doing. And the state of Hawaii is allowing them to do it. Nobody's stopping the steal. And so I'm a voice now for the people. I'm not even a local. I've been here for like 10 years, but I'm still not, I'm just a person. But I caught the fraud because I used to be a paralegal, so I can read, I can write, right? So I'm reading the information. They're telling me about these policies. I say, oh no, they're illegal. They don't comply with HUD regulations. And they're like, oh, well, what do you know? You're a Section 8 recipient. You know nothing. I'm like, well, you're wrong.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. I'm fine.
Thank you, Ms. Larson.
I can stop now.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Vic, followed by Jennifer Cobb-One.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to try to make this quick and to the point, and thank you, Lori, for your Akamai. propelpositivechange@gmail.com. Please email me and feel free to do so. This is upsetting on many levels, and I feel your pain, and thank you for articulating your concerns. The orders of law that we are actually talking about are Hawaii Revised Statutes 11-1.6 and 11-2, which are the appointments of the Chief Elections Officer, requirements, term, restrictions, salary, reapportionment, removal, Chief Elections Officer duties. So in regards to that and Big Island ballot counting envelopes, I spoke with the postmaster, a previous postmaster from the Kona office on Monday, who informed me that there's not been a postmaster on the island for about a year. And any requests for these envelopes to go to the postmaster on Big Island are not going to happen. I don't know how Barbara is able to say that she spoke to this postmaster when I live here. I've talked to the postmaster multiple times, called, walked in, and there is none. So that is misinformation. It's false information. So I don't know where she's getting that information, but I don't know how you're going to get somebody from Big Island and the ballots themselves. There's no receipt. Then when they were returned, they went into a big bin in the office, and there's no management. If there's not a big bin sitting in there still, we have no idea where those went. Access to the USPS receipts is within the Chief Elections Officer's purview to request tracking and return receipts. The fact that he has not done this yet is a failure on Scott Nagu and doing his job. The process of the USPS is voter fraud. We pay for those ballots, and they get paid for attempting delivery because the rules are not being cleared out per the National Voter Registration Act. Scott Nagu has admitted previously on video recording that there has never been a cleaning of the voter rolls. He is costing us millions of dollars in litigation, and there's now misappropriation of funds and felony fraud on a federal level. The Chief Elections Officer is responsible for maximizing registration, which is great, opt-in. However, automatic opt-in discriminates against people who do not subscribe to the DMV voting process, which in the Kingdom of Hawaii is a lot of people. And it also marginalizes outlying area people who are not able to travel to put their ballots in person. So there is discrimination going on here as well. Please regard those accordingly. And I see I'm out of time. I will yield.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony.
The next testifier is Jennifer Cobb-One, followed by Debbie.
Hi, this is Jennifer Caban. I'd like to testify on the unsealing of the envelopes for inspection. I did hear Scott Nagle say in his previous testimony that, oh, it has to stay sealed for 22 months, which is ridiculous. Why would you keep, and the reason they have that sealed and kept is because they don't want people throwing away, messing with, tampering with our ballots and our envelopes. That's the only reason why it's sealed. If we have to do an audit, of course you have to open it up. That is such a ridiculous reason for not doing an audit on the envelopes. Envelopes are needed to verify that this is a fair and free election. Georgia found tons of ballots, which Tulsi Gabbard has now in her custody. Finally, FBI is getting involved. But Georgia found tons of ballots that are not even folded. How are they supposed to get mail-in ballots back when they're not even folded to fit in the envelope? So these envelopes are important. The envelopes have to match the ballots. And if you go back to the dog situation where the dog got a ballot, how is a dog supposed to have a signature verification in the first place to get a ballot mailed out to them? When the ballot comes back, what are they going to match the dog's signature with? This is important for the envelope. And on the same point, my father, that's what I was requesting. I want to see images. And doesn't the post office have images of their mail? Because our signatures are clearly on the outside of the envelopes. Why can't we request images from the post office? I'm sure they have some. But the elections office should be keeping images on their system of these envelopes as they're returned, because you don't know who's signing it. I'm pretty sure the dog's not going to sign it, return it. Would they have counted it? How would you follow up and audit that? My dog voted in the 2020 election. I would like to see the signature on the envelope, right? You should have some kind of tracking system for that. And on the point of Pikachu, we're getting ready for our 2026 election, and Pikachu pointed out an important point on the primary ballot. I hope you guys are looking into that and fixing it right now, because you're not supposed to make people choose between Democrat and Republican parties when you guys are voting. So can you guys fix that and hear the testimony that people are giving, so that take this information and go back and fix it? I yield.
Thank you, Jen.
The next testifier is Debbie, followed by Junior Nakoa.
Can you guys see me?
Can't see you, but can hear you.
Okay, let me see. There we go. Okay, can you see me now?
There you go.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, aloha everyone. My name is Deborah Bringman. Our elections are critically important. We need strong checks and balances that promote fairness and transparency. Refusing audits only increases the public's distrust in our election process. I respectfully urge the Office of Elections Commission to use the tools available to ensure the Hawaii residents can have confidence in our elections. Ralph Kushner's request for the Deputy Attorney General to verify whether the process of the certification was done correctly is not supporting Ralph's lawsuit. It's actually supporting the majority of the people who are speaking out for accountability. I support voter ID, in-person voting, and audits when discrepancies are identified. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
The next testifier is Junior Nakoa, followed by Wallen Christian.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing? Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Okay. First thing first is, all kind problems with this vote by mail thing is happening. Yeah, choke. I don't like them. I actually went in and walked into the Lahaina Civic Center over here, and then I did see my county clerk. Yeah, Moana Ludi, and so it's and then going back to the mail, yeah, or that Commissioner Dalton, you said that the post office not gonna like come over here. The post office not gonna like do this, not gonna like do that. And then on top of that, I'm hearing that we gotta pay, the state gotta pay money for each one. Why in the heck are we gonna pay for something? And these people not even prove that they're doing their job, that is being counted, but that is being counted, that is all the kind of stuff. Why are we paying the post office? Hey, you guys don't know me, but I am an organizer, mobilizer. I am definitely gonna get out there, tell the people out there that never mind the mailing anyway. We all not go do the mailing, and we all go walk into all these places where we can walk in, and we'll start bombarding all of this elections office, and because the post office is not doing their job, it's not making me feel confident. So I might as well go walk in anyway. Since we're saying we like do the walk in, and you guys not listening, you're definitely not listening. Now go, he like do whatever that Eric thing that he is a board member on and he supports. So this is all some corruption bull crap. And so I'm gonna tell all my Kanaka that is over here in Maui especially to go into the elections office. So I hope you guys gonna tell the county clerks, Moana Muludi, them to get ready, because we will stand in line. We're gonna make sure our ID is matching my ugly face. Yeah, we're gonna make sure this happens, because this mailing thing doesn't work. It does not work, and I don't know how you guys think it's working. Stanago, that machine thing sucks. Okay,
Thank you, Junior. Aloha.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian, followed by Tora Malia.
Good morning. Can you folks hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Wallen Christian. I am currently residing in the Nu'uanu area. I know a lot of you have seen me on here before. I've been on this call from the beginning. And let me tell you, I spoke about this the last hearing, about how we continue to go over and over and over. I will say I'm thankful for today because we did get some things accomplished for the people. I do want to address the Deputy Attorney General. It's really unfortunate that attorneys are so quick to go into executive session so that you protect the few instead of the many. The people are the ones that you should be protecting. So in other words, you should have a transparency, and you should be really what we call hot, honest, open, and transparent. And that's what needs to happen. Right now, the people are really, really discouraged to even go out and vote because they think it's the same old, we're not going to get anywhere. The same people get into office. We're hoping that there are those of us out there that are really trying to change that mindset. I appreciate all the commissioners who continue to try and fight for the people. For the commissioners who continue to vote against the people, and I've said this before, maybe your tenure here is no longer needed because your values are not for the people, but for the political system. And that needs to change in order for Hawaii to change. Hawaii is known as one of the most corrupt states. We need to change that. All of that starts with integrity in the voting so that we get the right people in office. We also need to hold people accountable. That's why Robert's Rules of Order was very, very important in this particular forum of the Elections Commission. So I appreciate that that was voted in. What I want to do is, I want to just say one thing, and somebody had brought it up, I believe it was Pikachu. Months and months ago, I brought up about the primary ballots. That needs to change. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see it change on this session, in this voting session, but that does need to change because it is illegal, and that is against the people's constitutional rights for privacy. What I want to just ask one thing from the commission today is please let's get this moving forward. It is 1:52. We started at 10. I'm sure all of you have other things to do as well as the rest of everybody else. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Wallen.
The next testifier is Tara Malia.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Tara Malia Gregory here, District 4, running for City Council. I definitely stand on Wallen. I won't repeat what she just said. Her testimony is powerful. Regarding the statutes and the law, Sherilyn Wells, very powerful testimony regarding point 5, Lori Thorson, Vic, and Jennifer. Something that I will add is the public needs to understand that these ballots are preserved for 22 months. That means in 7 months, that window is going to close. So in September, being able to see the ballots that are supposed to be preserved for the purpose of auditing, which is Scott Nago, the Chief Elections Officer, his due diligence and his duty is to make sure we have fair elections. So with all of the laws that have been broken by him that we've seen in the Ninth Circuit Court just the past year alone, I just want to stress that that's the importance of why we're speaking about this. And I'll tell you why, because Hawaii has received approximately $30 million in federal election funding over recent cycles, primarily through HAVA-related programs. Those funds are conditioned on audibility, transparency, and cooperation with lawful oversight. That hasn't been in existence since Mr. Nago's been in his seat. If the ballots are preserved for audit, they cannot be reviewed within the lawful timeframe due to administrative delay, then the state risks non-compliance. So the impact of that is we, as a state, the constituents, the taxpayers, will have to come out $30 million because we cannot get it together on these calls. And why are these delays happening? It's really ridiculous to think that the legislature is going to help with anything. If you look at HB 1551 and HB 1552, that they're trying to pass this session, guess what? It doesn't protect this timeline. It doesn't protect the people. It doesn't protect voter trust in the people. You know what it does? If you look at HB 1551, please look it up at capital.hawaii.gov, and HB 1552, what the legislature is trying to push is protecting Scott Nago by, guess what? Changing the law, saying there needs to be cause without explaining what cause is. And I would like to be on record saying that all of these recorded meetings are considered cause. All of these Ninth Circuit hearings are considered cause. All of this wasting of time of people that have full-time jobs that have to be on 3 different calls while trying to make a living in a tanking economy, that is just cause. So I would really encourage you, if you're going to reach out to the legislature, don't make sure that Scott Nago is protected. Make sure the taxpayers don't have to pay $30 million more because his incompetence, or I wouldn't even say incompetence. I bet Scott Nago is a very, very smart man. So I don't think he's incompetent. I think this is intentional, and we see it here. And also 1552 also doesn't just protect Scott Nago. Guess what it does? There is another bill trying to be passed that says that the interim person, that in the event that Scott Nago or the chief elections officer is not able to do his due diligence and his job, which we already know, then guess who takes the place? The interim becomes the attorney general. So now we have Scott Nago 2.0. All right, so the public needs to hear what is really happening. It's stalling. They're utilizing our money, and we're going to go ask the ledge for some more money so we can come out of pocket even more money. Thank you for so much for the time to speak. Mahalo for the time that the commissioners put into this. Thank you, Ralph Kushney, again, for bringing all of this to light, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Tara.
I yield. Thank you.
The next testifier is Adriel.
You're muted. You're still mute. There you go.
There you go. Hello, Chair. Thanks for again opportunity to testify. I don't see the reason why he doesn't already have the authority to unseal the ballots. I mean, as previous testifiers have noticed, he has to preserve it, but doesn't mean it has to be kept under seal the whole time. The reason I bring this up is because I also brought this up about the audits, HRS 1642B, where in 2022, we made the case that, there was never a complete counting of hand paper ballots of a precinct of any race during the audits as required by law. He didn't follow it then, and he specifically detailed it out in his March 2022 letter where they audited a portion of the ballots, the first 6 containers that came out of the system by hand, and then did the rest by electronic images. And when we called that out, the next thing they did is change the law so that you would allow for using electronic images of auditing the ballots post-election. This is what we're getting back at. There's never been an actual paper ballot count or paper ballot audit of any part of the election. Well, they might say, oh yeah, we did it for the first 6 boxes that came out. First 6 boxes, about 100 ballots, 100-something ballots out of the thousands of ballots that are being cast. And we're being told to trust the system at the initial part of the electronic ballot counting system. And well, for the rest of it, after that initial count, trust us. Trust the system. Trust the electronic voting system that we've already detailed to you possible compromises, or even the DNI, Director of National Intelligence, has really stated that these are subject to compromise. They have vulnerabilities of foreign access or third-party access to the system. We need to get to these ballots and count and verify them. And the authority is already there. He just has to preserve it, make sure it's in its original condition, untouched, not tampered with by anyone else. But he has the authority to open it up, and he has not. So with that, that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriel.
There are no further testifiers, Chair.
Thank you. Ralph, you had your hand up. You want to talk about this?
Yes, Chair. I'd like to have a couple minutes to speak to this.
Certainly. You can have your 3 minutes.
So 52 USC 2071 does not prohibit access to election records during the 22-month period. It prohibits destruction, concealment, or alteration of the records. Access, inspection, subpoenas, audits, and court-ordered production are not only allow audits, but they are the very reason the records must be preserved. So we're being told 2 contradictory things regarding the federal law. We're being told that federal law imposes a 22-month rule that prevents this commission from inspecting election records. At the same time, when federal election law requires the Office of Elections to provide voter rolls or other election records, we're told those records cannot be produced. That is not what the law says. Federal law requires records to be preserved, not concealed, and it requires records to be provided when lawfully requested. Yet the Office of Election invokes state law to refuse disclosure when federal law requires it, and then invokes federal law to block inspection when oversight is requested. These statutes are being twisted in opposite directions to reach the same outcome, withholding information from the public. The result is that we cannot verify anything Scott Nago is telling us. So that's why this is important, that we're able to count the envelopes. Thank you.
Thanks, Ralph. Is there any motion in section 5? Lindsay.
I don't have a motion. I mean, we've already voted on doing this and authorized Mr. Savas and myself to organize it. But we were told that we needed to sit on our hands until we heard from the Deputy Attorney General about whether or not we can proceed. So why don't we get to that?
Okay. Mr. Ching, what would it take for us to access those envelopes for our audit?
Okay, so I'm going to start with the federal law. So I know that there's a lot that's being discussed, but I think
Chair, can we see Mr. Ching?
I see him.
I can't see him on my screen.
No, me neither.
There you go.
Okay. Can everyone see me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking at both federal and state law and trying to answer the question of whether we can unseal these certain election records, including election ballot envelopes, within the 22-month retention period. And for the 22-month retention period, that starts with 52 USC section 20701. And that essentially requires every officer of election to retain and preserve for a period of 22 months certain election records in every federal contest, except for very few limited circumstances, which includes when it's required by law for them to deliver those records to another officer of election, and if the state designates another custodian of record to preserve it in that manner. Under this authority, only the federal attorney general has standing to request these documents to be produced, and they are limited. They themselves can't share that under the same subtitle. So there is no standing under the federal law to, I guess, to gain access to these documents. So then we turn then to our state law and what it requires for these ballot documents. And for that is HRS section 11-554. And that provides that it says that after the ballots have been tabulated, they shall be sealed in containers. And thereafter, these containers shall be unsealed and resealed only as prescribed by rule governing elections. And then it also further provides that I believe it says that the ballots and other records may be destroyed by the chief election officer or court where all elected candidates have been certified by the chief election officer, or in the case of candidates of county offices by the clerk, and after the compliance of retention of applicable federal law. I'm sorry, retention schedule of applicable federal law. So all that to say is that what this statute, our state law requires, is that after they're counted, they're to be sealed and only unsealed and resealed based on the rules that are prescribed governing elections. So I'm going to turn to our rules on these records. And in applicable, I'm looking at HAR 3-177-757. And I'm going to start from
Could you
subsection.
repeat that? Excuse me. Please
sorry.
repeat that.
Yep.
HAR what?
3-177-757.
Can that go up on the screen?
I'm not sure if I have the ability to share. Let me see. Perhaps I do. I think I do actually. So let me just make sure I'm sharing the correct. Can everyone see this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to start from subsection F. It says that after all ballots are counted, the election database and vote data storage media test ballots and results for the election results, and the voted ballots shall be sealed in containers or cabinets. Subsection G does provide that subsequent audits may be conducted by the chief elections officer, clerk, or designated representative in accordance with established procedures. And it also provides for when a written record shall be maintained for each opening and sealing of these storage containers or cabinets, and includes certain procedures for that. However, subsection I states that the containers or cabinets shall be sealed and stored for 22 months in accordance with federal law. So all that to say is that when you read the federal law and state law and our rules in conjunction with each other, it requires these election dockets to be sealed only unless and unsealed only as prescribed by our rules. And although our rules do allow for subsequent audits to be conducted, it unequivocally states that the containers or cabinets shall be sealed and stored for 22 months in accordance with the federal law. So if there is an unsealing, it would be after that.
No.
No, that's
No.
not how it reads. Subsequent audits may be conducted by the chief elections officer, clerk, or designated representatives. That's what it states. So
That's what it states, but it further provides that the containers or cabinets shall be sealed and stored for 22 months in accordance with the federal law. So I think we have to take both of those into consideration.
Perfect. So we will unseal in accordance with this law and then reseal and continue to maintain the months of storage, preservation. It doesn't say you can't. It specifically says you can.
Well, it requires the containers and cabinets to be sealed for 22 months in accordance with the federal law.
Right, shall be sealed and
And
stored.
I mean, Scott might be, I don't want to put Mr. Nago on the spot. I mean, it does refer to subsequent audits. However, I think a lot of the audits, subsequent audits conducted by the chief election officer or clerk or designated representative in accordance with established procedures. And and there's a lot of, there are additional rules that call for auditing, but I believe that this is done before the ballots are secured, as I think it relates to misreporting, and it requires it to be done prior to the contest period stated, which I believe is within 13 days of the election. But I don't believe it contemplates audits after that. But having said that, the rule doesn't make that distinction. All I can say is that the rule does state an unambiguous requirement that it shall be sealed for 22 months in accordance with federal law. So that's what I'm basing this opinion on.
And then does federal law allow you to unseal?
Well, the federal law only requires that the election officer retains and preserves those documents. However, when you read that in relation to our state law, and I believe, and I can show it. Sorry, I think
the state law is very clear. We may conduct audits, and the established procedure is that there are observers from both parties to watch the audit. So we're going to count envelopes. It clearly says that can be done. We get the established procedures, which is what Lindsay Cam and Mr. Savas were tasked to set up. So let's go ahead and get this. Let's set a date so that we're not bugging the Office of Elections when the elections come up here pretty quick. So let's set a date pretty quick. Get this happening. We can unseal them for an audit with the established procedures, which is observers from both sides. We're going to count them and then reseal them. It's pretty simple. And what you just said there is what you didn't want the public to hear.
The Fed law says that the state election officer, the clerk, or their designated authority have the authority to open those ballots.
That's right.
It's very specific that says if Scott Nago wants to do it, if the clerk wants to do it, or one of their designees are allowed to unseal those ballots.
We're oversight.
Chair, I don't believe that. So you're referring to, I believe, to USC 52 USC section 20701, and I think all that requires the officer of election to retain and preserve for a period of 22 months. So certain records for that he has in his possession, and accept that. So there's only limited circumstances that relieve him of that duty, or where he's exempted.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, and that is when it's required by law that such records are delivered to another officer of election, and if the state designates a custodian to retain and preserve those records for the same specified place. For the same period. And the only mechanism under the federal law to retain or to obtain these records is by request of the federal attorney general, and even that needs to be determined in court, where the federal district court where that retains jurisdiction over that.
Thank you. Ms. Dalton, you had your hand up.
I just was hoping that Deputy Attorney General Ching could clarify whether we have standing in any of this.
Yes.
Are you in regard to, requesting to unseal?
Yeah, because my understanding of what you said about the federal statute is that we would not have standing to seek the unsealing of this stuff.
Only the Fed AG.
Only the federal AG and sorry, I should cite to the rule, the law 52 USC section 20703. That's that's the only provision that allows for the federal attorney general to demand, records that are retained pursuant to these provisions.
And so if we then default to a state law, isn't that superseded by federal law?
Well, the state law doesn't conflict with this. It just provides that we seal these records we seal and unseal these records only.
If we do an audit.
No, it says after the ballots have been tabulated, they shall be sealed in containers. Thereafter, these containers shall be unsealed or resealed only as prescribed by rules governing elections. And then the applicable rule that I'm looking at is the rule that I showed you, which, although it allows for subsequent audits, it also includes language that says the containers shall be sealed and stored for 22 months in accordance with federal law.
But it does not say it must.
So we are in effect flirting with breaking the law
Wait, one at a time. Barbara,
we're in
you can
effect
continue your
flirting
argument.
with breaking the law here.
I believe that unsealing these records would potentially violate these provisions, specifically our state law.
Why would it do that?
Again, our law requires that these containers be sealed and released only as prescribed by our rules. And our rules, while it does say subsequent audits may be conducted pursuant to established procedures, it also has a separate provision that states the containers or cabinets shall be sealed and stored for 22 months in accordance with federal law.
Right. It does not say they must remain sealed because they can be.
Yeah, it gives a procedure for opening it and unsealing it.
Wait.
It does not say they must remain sealed for 22 months.
It includes the requirement that they shall be sealed and stored for 22 months in accordance with federal law.
Correct. But it does not say they must remain sealed during that time because it gives you an option up there. If you want to make an audit, that allows you. It says you may audit. The only way to audit is to unseal. That's why it doesn't say it must remain sealed. It just says when you store them, you have to seal them. That's what they're telling you. You can't store them.
Wait. It says you can access it for an audit.
That's right.
By the chief election officer, the clerk, or the designated third party. That means if you're going to have an audit, it's going to be close held. It's not going to be by an independent third party. An independent third party is restricted from unsealing those unless by law.
Right. And so
Mr. Sabas.
When's the 22-month period start, or when's it end? When can we unseal it legally if that's what we have to look at? What's the date?
Mr. Ching.
I would defer to Scott on that. I believe 22 months from, I believe the election was in November 2024, but Scott, maybe you can confirm that.
It would be October.
But the 22 months starts
the day of the election. So, but it ends in October, the day of the election. So the election was November 5th.
Thank you, Lindsay.
So when is it? When is it, Scott?
Mr. Sabas, you still.
When is it, Scott?
Let me double check that.
Okay, just let me state then. For me, if you want my involvement, I won't do it until the 22 months are up.
We'll count you out.
Lindsay.
Yeah.
So is the assumption or is the correct interpretation that after 22 months, you can do that? I thought it was after 22 months, you can destroy them.
I believe that there's nothing in the law that I see that restricts you from doing that. And I believe maybe that's what had happened in the prior instance that was brought up at the last meeting where there was, I think, a recount. I think that was after the 22-month period.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see any restriction for you unsealing it after 22 months and I guess inspecting it in the manner that the commission, but I don't see a restriction to that.
Mm-hmm.
The chair, I have the official, the date, the 22 months.
Can I
Scott Nago.
keep going for a moment, please?
In a minute, let's get clarification from Scott.
So it's October 5th, 2026 would be the 22 month.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Lindsay,
Scott.
go ahead. Lindsay?
Yes. So question for Deputy Attorney General. Can you see an interpretation that of these laws that does allow us to unseal them for a couple days, count them, and seal them back up again? We, ordered by us, the Elections Commission, hardly a distant third party, but I mean, if we can't do this, what authority do we have? What is the purpose of this commission if we cannot examine and hold accountable what has happened? Are we not eligible to be a designated third party or whatever it is, a designated representative? Because I read that 52 USC 20701, and all it says is you can't throw them away for 22 months. You have to retain them or you'll be prosecuted. And it talks about all the ways you would be prosecuted. It doesn't say that you can't take a look at them and seal them back up again. It doesn't say anything like that. And the state law is, as you just pointed out, it says two conflicting things. It seems to me that there is a way to interpret this that would allow us to move forward. Otherwise, I don't see the point of this commission at all. We just run around in circles and we can't get anything done. We are seeking some way to verify what happened. And we just keep running into roadblocks. And it after a point, it gets just ridiculous. We seem to have no authority, really. And so I don't know. We have elections that cannot be verified. All we can do is take the word of the people with the computer. And that just seems, it just seems so uncommon sense. This is not a big, complicated thing. It's just checking the work of the employees. That's all. Checking their work. That's all we're doing. And it doesn't seem like there should be a law that blocks us from doing that. Can you see a way that
Ralph
we could be authorized?
Ralph has the floor after Lindsay. Lindsay, are you?
That was a question for.
What was the question?
Can you see a way that we could be authorized to do this that is not in conflict with the law?
All I can say is that just based on, the legal authority that I presented, there's exposure to a challenge that this is like unsealing it before the 22-month retention period. There's an exposure to a claim that, unsealing it before then would be against, our own laws and rules regarding the sealing and unsealing of records.
That does not seem black and white. It seems like the purpose of retaining the voting materials is so that you can check on what happened, not to conceal them from the Election Commission and the people.
There is. It says you can
Ralph,
audit.
I'm sorry, Ralph, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. So, Mr. Cheng, I'd like to award you the gold medal for mental gymnastics in your interpretation of this. And that's the malfeasance that you were trying to hide from the public. So this law clearly allows us to inspect the records within the 22 months. I would like to get your opinion in writing. This is a very important decision that you're telling us, because you're telling us we can't do this and you represent the Elections Commission. So I would like to have your opinion in writing. And if you're not able to put it in writing, then you shouldn't tell it to us verbally.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimou.
I think it is very clear, if you put it up again, that you can audit the ballots. And when you go back to retention, you must be sealed. It has to be sealed when you retain it. And if you want to go back, it says there, state law, you can audit by Scott Nago can do it or another designated person. The Elections Commission can be designated for that. We have oversight. So it is our job description to oversee. And so for us to unseal, open, count, reseal for storage and retention purposes is allowed in the state law. And we can be that designated thing. The Elections Commission can be that designated body to do that because we are of both parties. It's a requirement for us to be on here, right? We're going to count. The elections officer will be present. This does not say they cannot be unsealed. It just said for retention purposes, they must be sealed for retention. You gotta leave them out there in the bin that you send for the counting. They cannot be unsealed, but they can be unsealed for a purpose, and the purpose is for the audit. And we're only talking about Hawaii County. And so I am not going to do mental gymnastics on this. Number 2 is higher than number 5. It says we can audit. And I'm going to go with that. And if the AG wants to sue us, the commission, because he thinks we're breaking the law, then go for it. Go for it. But let's get the audit done.
Thank you.
And let the state decide to sue the Elections Commission for auditing a vote.
Thank you, Ralph.
I'm game.
Yes, I agree with Papalimo. I move to get this opinion of the Attorney General in writing within 2 weeks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, so this is a very important decision. And what he's going to try to do is just tell us with this, and then we're going to run the clock out. This is very important. The people are watching. This is going to get blasted all over social media. We need to get this opinion in writing so that we can give this to a court or an attorney and have this evaluated. But this is clearly the wrong interpretation. The law definitely allows us to conduct an audit, and I agree with Papalimo. Just conduct this audit, and if the Attorney General wants to sue us, that's fine. But we need this in writing that you are preventing us from doing this audit. Thank you.
And sorry, I'll just add, just to clarify, I'm not trying to prevent the body from doing any one thing. I'm trying to advise you on the law, on the way I interpret the law. I'm not, and
so this is
that's
your
what I'm doing.
Thank you,
That's my
Mr. Ching. Don't take it personal. We're used to it. And the motion on the floor is to ask the Deputy Attorney General for a written opinion as to why he thinks we can or cannot access the ballots or the envelopes from the 2024 election. Is there any other discussion on requesting the written DAG opinion? Yes, Mr. Sabas.
Jordan, I want to thank you for giving us your opinion and providing us the options. I'm comfortable in making my decision that I'll wait the 22 months out.
Thank you. Other discussion on the requesting the written opinion of the DAG?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
We're just asking for what he's telling us in writing, which makes
that's right. Understood. Any other discussion? Would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andreon,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kashni,
yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
motion passes.
So does that exhaust us on item 5?
No.
Sure.
Yes, Lindsay, what you got?
So how do we proceed? Or do we proceed? I'm unclear. This is just an opinion. So let's say we wanted to move forward as we voted. I don't see how that's possible. I don't think Mr. Naga would cooperate with us, and is this just an opinion or is this a dead end?
This is an opinion. If it were me to accomplish an audit, I would formally ask the clerk of Hawaii County for access to the ballots. He's going to deny it. I would ask a court to issue a subpoena allowing this commission access to those ballots for the sake of audit, similar to what the law allows the chief election officer and the clerk are allowed access to those ballots for audits, or their designee. It specifically states that those guys have access, but only those guys, for an audit. So because we want an outside audit, we have to gain access above and beyond what the law provides access to the chief election officer, the county clerk, or their designee. The law allows access to those ballots for an audit by those three parties. If they deny us as a third outside interest, then we can go to court and get a subpoena for those that would be legal requirements per that law, per the state law.
And who would represent us?
Sorry, wait a minute.
That's a good question. Yes, but Lindsay, go ahead.
Are you referring to what we decided a little earlier to hire a firm, or are you talking about just counting the envelopes for Hawaii County?
I'm referring to gaining access to the envelopes and the ballots.
Okay.
Per the law in the state of Hawaii that allows access to the ballots for an audit by the chief election officer, the clerk, or their designee.
Mhm.
That's the one line in that state law that provides for access to the ballots and envelopes. That's how I would approach this legal question. I would get a court order for a subpoena.
Chair, I would just note that, the rules don't, I don't know if this was right to talking about bringing this to court or anything. The rules only just say that, sorry, do I have it up? The rules just just allow for the chief election officer, clerk, or designated to audit, to make subsequent audits, in accordance with established procedure. And I think their operative language being established procedure, are there rules that pertain to this? The only rules that I see pertain to audits that happen before certification of the election, but all that to say is I don't know if guiding the discussion towards, initiating court action is warranted at this point.
I have a question for Mr. Nago. Mr. Nago.
Yes, Ms.
Would you allow the Elections Commission and yourself to count the ballots for the county of Hawaii?
Having just heard what the Deputy Attorney General said, I would have to defer and follow his opinion as following the law.
So now we have to ask Mr. Hendricks. Is he on the line?
It's Henricks, no D.
Henricks. I'm so sorry, but I go, people call me all kind of names too. Henricks, Mr. Henricks. And we could ask him because he's the other person that is allowed. And does it say their designated or does it say a designated third party?
Their designee is what the law says. Yes, Dylan.
Just to clarify, if the opinion was different that this wasn't an issue, Scott, would you then allow for the commissioners like Commissioner Kamling and Commissioner Sabas, like we had originally approved, to count the ballots?
Yeah, just like we did for the House District 37. We would cooperate. We would cooperate with the commission to do this.
I have a question for Mr. Nago. Where are the ballots? I was assuming they're on Oahu. Are they on
Yes.
Oahu?
Yes.
Okay.
Ralph. Yes, Chair. So it says subsequent audits may be conducted by the chief elections officer. So he can decide right now that he wants to do that. Or designated representatives. We're representatives. We're designated.
We are
We're-
designated because we are the Elections Commission.
We're
that
the election
oversees.
commission. So we have authorization to do this.
Right.
So let's just set a date because we have already voted to do this. And the fear is on your part is that you don't have the envelopes there. And if you're confident the envelopes were there, you would allow this to go.
Mr. Apana.
You know, this issue, did we vote on it before?
Yes.
I kept hearing that it's done, it's done.
It's done.
So there's no voting on the motion at this point.
No.
It's done, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You voted for it.
And
The
Mr.
request for
Nago
audit.
said he's gonna follow the lead of the AG, which is smart on his part. He gotta listen to the AG. So we are asking the AG, put it in writing if you're not sure about it. So why don't we wait the 2 weeks or whatever it is and see if they change their opinion and everything is moot? Because if it's keep it sealed, Nago's gonna say keep it sealed. I mean, he said it clearly.
But are we?
Let's
my
call
question
a
is for
special
the-
meeting in 2
Ralph,
weeks.
hold it.
Hold
Ms.
on, Ralph.
Papalimo.
My question is for the AG.
Okay.
Is the Elections Commission that oversees the elections or the Office of Elections a designated person? Are we a designated entity?
I mean, the rule doesn't state who is designated, but I mean, it's whoever the Office of Elections designates. So I mean, I
doesn't say
read
that.
as it could be if it's so designated. But I'll
Well,
say this, you know, the
states
Elections
that
Commission only has certain
designated.
enumerated, sorry.
It does not state that the Office of
Ms.
Elections.
Papalimo, please let him talk. Thank you.
I just needed the first part of what he said. It does not say that the Office of Elections designates. If you read the law, it says, or a designated entity. We are the Elections Commission, designated with hiring and firing of the Chief Elections Officer and oversight of the Elections Office. We are thereby designated. We don't need Scott Nagle to tell us we're designated.
Ralph?
So, and I think I wasn't done. Hang on one moment.
Sorry.
And so, for the AG, we already have the authority to do this audit. We voted to do this audit. And so I think today we set a date when we are going to unseal, count, and reseal because we've received your opinion. And on your opinion, Mr. Nagle never said when we voted to do this. The AG was there when we voted for it. I mean, this is coming so much after we already took action.
The best idea is wait for his written opinion within 2 weeks. Ralph,
And then
what you
we
got?
can,
Ralph?
Well, the point is to stall. And if he was honest with us, he would have put the written opinion in the agenda. And this is clearly a way to buy time.
There a point of order? Point of order?
Yes. Yes.
So we adopted Robert's Rules of Order earlier, as I understand.
So point of order means that I'm breaking a rule. What rule am I breaking?
Ralph, well, respectfully, Chair, you're breaking the rules by allowing Commissioner Kushney to repeatedly malign the various people in this room. Their motives are not to be criticized under Robert's Rules of Order.
you did
Thank you.
Article
Thank you.
7.
Wait. Thank you. I concur. You're correct in your point of order. Please don't malign any individuals. We're talking substance. Right now, did we just vote to ask the Attorney General for a written opinion? Or is that still on?
It passed.
Still on?
It passed.
It passed.
That passed. Okay, then let's wait for the opinion and move on to item 6.
Chair,
Wait.
this belongs to the body, so I move that we call a special session in 2 weeks.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Time is running out. Let's get the written opinion from the Attorney General, and let's, in the next section, he's either denying us access or he's allowing us access. And
his opinion is allowing or denying.
Right. So let's get his opinion in writing, and let's have a special session solely to talk, and let's have a public hearing on this about counting the envelopes on the Big Island, and have
There's been a motion to have a special meeting in 2 weeks after receiving the Attorney General's written opinion.
Correct.
Is there a second to that?
I already seconded it.
Thank you. Discussion.
Yeah.
Mr. Sabas.
Jordan, is it a reasonable request on your part to get us an opinion within this short period?
I would just qualify that, this is just a written opinion from me, right? Because if it's a formal opinion by our office that requires a bunch of different approvals, and it would be infeasible to do that within 2 weeks.
That's what I thought.
Just from you, just like you said.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Other discussion on a special meeting?
So this is an opinion, a personal opinion, or
not the opinion. The motion on the floor is for a special session after receiving that opinion within 2 weeks.
Right.
A special session within 2 weeks to discuss this opinion, period.
Right. So
Okay.
My question is addressing the opinion part of that motion.
Now this is scheduling a meeting. The question here is scheduling a meeting. Mr. Apana.
Yeah, I'll be voting against the motion because I already know what he gonna write. He gonna write exactly what he said. I'd like to hear the opinion of his office combine their statement, because if they deny us, then we're looking at going to court. If we go to court, I want to make sure that's our last option. I mean, I don't want his opinion. I already know it.
Okay, this is about scheduling a meeting to
So
consider.
I'll be
that
voting
opinion.
no. I'll be voting no. I don't think it's
Okay,
reasonable time.
Thank you. Anybody else want to offer comments on scheduling a meeting within 2 weeks? I'll take a roll call vote then. Oh, I'm sorry, Lindsay.
Well, I'm just a little stymied by, the distinction that he just made between his opinion and the opinion of his whole office. And
Okay, this
He's
is about the
representing the-
scheduling a meeting in 2 weeks. It's not the opinion. It's scheduling a meeting in 2 weeks after receiving the opinion that he said he could generate by himself. If it's a policy kind of thing, he's going to have to check with his staff. Dylan.
And we just have an idea, how long would that turnaround time be to receive an official opinion from the AG's office?
He said he could do it within 2 weeks if it was a bigger opinion.
No,
he said
I'm asking about an official opinion from the AG's office.
I can't give a specific time frame, just because there's distinction between formal AG opinions that are vetted by the entire department and that are published and things like that. I can't speak to the time frame because I haven't been a part of publishing that. If it's just a matter of me, writing down what I just said to you guys and running that at least by my supervisor and my colleagues, that is not a formal binding opinion, that can be done much quicker. But yeah.
But you would be doing it as the AG that serves the Elections Commission, correct? In your position, or is this a personal opinion
It's not a, this is to be clear, I'm not conveying any personal opinion. This is just my interpretation of the laws and rules as your deputy AG.
as the AG? Okay, yeah.
So do we want to commit to a meeting in 2 weeks? That's the question here.
Yeah.
I would entertain a roll call vote.
Can I give one more discussion piece? I'm in support of the motion, but I think either way, we should also ask the Office of the Attorney General for an official opinion, and whenever that comes, that comes.
Let's
That's a
do
different
that
item.
next.
That's a different item. We're talking about the meeting. I would call for a roll call vote for having a special meeting in 2 weeks.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Thanks. Now, can we move to number 6?
No.
No, we're still on number 5.
Okay. What motion do you want to, what motion? Lindsay, do you have a motion? for us
No,
to
I would
consider?
like to, I would like to have a discussion. It says discussion. Can we have a discussion?
We can have discussion with a purpose. The purpose is a motion. We will limit our discussion to the motion on the floor. Does somebody have a motion that they'd like to make to enable discussion?
Yes, Sheriff.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, I move to get the Attorney General's opinion on whether we can count envelopes.
No, it's unsealed ballots.
No, we're counting envelopes. We're just asking to count envelopes.
Yeah, count the sealed envelopes.
So the motion is to ask the Attorney General if we can count envelopes.
Yeah, the formal opinion on what we're discussing here.
That kind of depend. Is there a second on that?
No.
Lindsay seconds that, but my response to that is, if you can count, you can count. And that was the question. Can you count envelopes? Yeah, we can count envelopes. That's you better modify that motion with some limiters or expanders, because we can count. That's the question.
Point of information.
Yes.
According to Robert's rules, we can have a discussion without a motion, especially if the item is on the agenda. So a motion is not required for additional discussion.
Is that true?
Yes, it is. I have my book. I was so excited.
Very good.
Procedure. I got my book, guys.
Cool.
Then I defer.
So the motion on this floor is,
We
can
want
we
to
count?
get the official ruling. Can we unseal the envelopes and conduct an audit? Does the Elections Commission have the authority to unseal the records within the 22-month period? And I think we should get a formal opinion from the Attorney General, as well as the Deputy Attorney General.
I'm going to second because I really want discussion, and apparently we're not
Okay.
with Robert's rules all of a sudden. So I would not support this motion. What I would like, preferably, would be a letter from the AG saying that as the Elections Commission that oversees the Office of Elections for the state of Hawaii, are we a designated entity according to state law?
There's 2 items.
So it would be the chief elections officer, right? Then the county clerk, and then the elections commission as a designated entity. So it doesn't say that Scott Nago has to designate us. No, nowhere in there does it say that. But I would like a letter from the AG. I would like clarification in writing that the Elections Commission, the people put on here by our state legislators and our chief justices,
Is the
are they designated as one of the entities that can conduct an audit? Because I believe that we are, just by our mission and our duty. I believe that we are. And I think that gives the AG the out, that we are designated and that we can conduct an audit.
Ralph.
Yeah, so in the past meeting, Lindsay Cam had a discussion with Scott Nago, and Lindsay asked how we verify the numbers that are received through the SVRS. And Scott Nago's answer was you count the envelopes. And so here we are ready to count the envelopes, and oh, amazing. No, you can't do that. So this is our only remedy to verify what they're telling us is true. And there's got to be a little bit of can-do in here on a way to find an avenue to do this. And I'd like to task that I don't believe the Deputy Attorney General is representing the commission to his fullest extent. He's protecting Mr. Nago. And somehow we need to get to a path that we can do this, because this is the only way we can verify the records. And we're going to keep on buying time. This needs to be done quickly. So I don't know how we get there. And if it's doing Kahialani's motion to find out if we're designated representative, then so be it. But we need to get a speedy resolution, and we need to unseal and count the envelopes.
Then shall we vote on this?
So we're probably going to do a second motion.
Okay, let's
amend the motion, Kahialani?
The motion was to ask the Attorney General if we're designated people that can access the ballots.
Okay, so be it.
So I would ask for a roll call on that one.
Okay.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No, we've already asked the Attorney General for stuff.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Motion.
So who writes that letter?
Somebody had another motion?
I'm sorry, did that motion pass?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
So who's making that request?
We are.
And the Attorney General's online, it'll be part of our minutes as part of our recording.
So who's going to send a letter to the Attorney General?
We don't have to. He's online here. He knows what we just did.
So, Mr. Cheng, are you going to send that to the Attorney General?
He's going to respond to it in addition to his other response, if I'm not mistaken.
But there needs to be a formal request in writing to the Attorney General.
Yeah, my motion was to the Attorney General's office.
Yeah, our minutes reflect that, and the Attorney General's in attendance.
I'm sorry. I was muted. Sorry. So just so that I can clarify, the request from the commission is to answer that question, right? In relation to, and that's it specifically to the rule that refers to the subsequent audit, so that can be conducted, whether it's with the chief election officer, clerk, or designated representative.
Yes.
You're asking if the elections commission is that designated
It
representative.
is a designated,
That's
yes.
correct.
And that's something I can include maybe as part of my letter responding to the other inquiry, if that
Please.
makes sense.
No, the
Mr.
motion
Apana.
to ask your boss.
Wait.
Mr. Apana.
Thank you. This is for the Deputy AG. I want you to be clear that the commission could be a designated entity,
Yeah.
because I'm coming from an outside auditor perspective that they could be designated an outside entity also. So the question is, who chooses the entity?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we qualify, we probably could qualify, but who get to choose us?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I don't know.
Right.
Who gets to choose a qualified entity?
So we'll let the Attorney
Which doesn't
General
say
address that in his letter.
Says
I mean, qualified mean they chose them.
Right.
designate.
The
Yeah.
wording is designated representative,
Yeah,
chief election officer, clerk, or designated representative.
yeah.
So could we be the
Yeah.
designated representative is the question.
And who makes that decision?
Well,
Yeah.
it's not, could
The
we
se-
be,
the-
are
The
we?
chief election officer or the
No.
clerk can
Well-
designate somebody.
Let's find out.
Well, we don't know who does the, wait. We don't know who does the designating. That's what Mr. Apana just said.
Wait,
Could be the
Stop
governor.
changing my motion. My motion was, are we the designated entity?
Representative.
Representative.
Thank
Are
you.
we the elections commission, which oversees the elections office, the designated representative from the people, right?
Thank you.
I don't see how they can say no. So let's have it in
That-
writing.
That should be clear for the, Mr. Ching. Can we move on to something else?
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
If we do have a meeting in 2 weeks and we do hear from, and we choose to move forward, I just want to let you know that I don't think we would have any trouble getting bipartisan counters,
Observers?
participants, volunteers. And I spoke to the League of Women Voters. They would charge us $20 an hour per person. So that's off the table.
Off the
But
table.
I'm sure that I'm sure we would have no trouble getting an equal number of people from both parties to volunteer. All we need is a date so that, you know, people can decide whether they're available or not. So, so please be thinking along those lines when we come back in 2 weeks, that if we decide to move forward, we're going to pick a date and then we can put out the word and recruit the volunteers and make it happen. So.
Can I just say,
Barbara, you had your hand up. Barbara,
I thought the motion to meet in 2 weeks failed. No? We're not meeting in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it failed. That's right.
It failed. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
There's no meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay, sorry.
now can we move on?
Chair, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
So I move to retain and preserve all the records from the 2020, 2022, and 2024 elections.
second,
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So the time is not on our side, and I don't want any of these records to be destroyed. We need to retain them. Everything's good. It's going to prove everything's good. So I think it's a smart move that we preserve these so that they can be inspected.
Okay, first of all, we don't have them. We can instruct Scott to preserve them for future reference. And we can add those advisories to him because there will be some action coming. Restate was there a second to that motion?
yes.
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 Thank you, Dylan. Could we have that motion written in the chat?
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Apana,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can you help me with the math? I heard 2022
2020,
and
2022, and 2024.
okay, we can even go 2020. They preserve the ballots for 22 months. Are we asking them to like reconstitute ballots
No, they still have them.
from 1920?
2020, not 1920.
Every
2020.
22 years they
The last,
purge.
I thought we were talking about the 2024 election is
But
what.
that's
yeah,
not the
and
motion.
Ralph added 2020, 2022, and 2024. We're advising the chief election officer to retain the ballots and the envelopes
Yes. Correct.
beyond the 22 months statutory requirement.
Yes.
Other discussion? Scott, do those records still exist from 2020?
So we do have the 2020 general election because of litigation. We had to hold them but we do not have the 2020 primary election.
But you have 2022 and 2024.
Yes.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, 2022? Yes.
2020 general, 2022 and 2024. They're having the ballots and the envelopes. Yes, Barbara.
Wait, can I get back to you about 2022? I have to check
Sure.
on 2022, but I do know we have the 2020 and we have 2024.
Thank you. Barbara.
And my question relates directly to that. The 22-month sealed period then has elapsed for the 2020 general election as well as for the 2022 election. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So are they still sealed?
The 2020 is sealed. The 2020, if we have the 2022, they would not be sealed. Well, they would be sealed except for House District 37 in the general, and 2024 will be sealed.
So we're asking to preserve records that for which the sealed deadline has elapsed.
Yes.
So we can take the word of the chief elections officer that the records for 2020 remain sealed, but the 2022 perhaps not. So in other words, what I'm getting at is they could have been tampered with.
We would have the seal certification. It's just not going to be sealed. 2022 general election will not be sealed from November. It will be sealed from January of last year because we had to open them up to conduct the House District 37 audit. But we did seal them in accordance with our sealing procedure, so we do have the seal certification forms.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Papalimo, you have your hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Ralph, you have your hand up. Would entertain a roll call on the motion. Could we have the motion again, please?
Chair, can I clarify 2022 election?
Yeah, 2022, 2024, motion to
Yes.
retain and motion to advise the CEO.
Okay,
to
Chair, can I
retain and
talk
preserve
about
the
the
record? Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
So for 2022, the 2022 election, we only have the general because we needed it for the House District 37 audit. We do not have the primary.
Okay. Other discussion?
Can you repeat the motion?
It's on your chat. Motion to retain and actually it's motion to advise the CEO to retain and preserve the records of 2020, 2022, and 2024 that still remain. I would ask for a roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Alpana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Lindsay, you're muted.
Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yep.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
Yay!
We have another unanimous. Yay.
I called to adjourn.
I
Well,
move to
I would
adjourn.
entertain a motion for a
I
10-minute
move
break.
to adjourn.
One moment, please.
No, we have another item on the agenda,
Uh,
and I would entertain a motion for a 10-minute break.
Well,
Now that we have to do it according to Roberts.
I make a motion to take a 10-minute recess.
Let's just get it done,
Second.
please.
Yeah.
I'm begging.
Yeah, we'll put the timer on.
Okay.
So we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Okay. 2 minutes, 55 seconds. Look, my camera. Something wrong.
But you're so handsome.
There. Chairman, you the world's greatest cat herder.
I'm a baseball and a soccer umpire.
No, you be the best cat herder.
I know. I heard what you said.
Oh, okay.
And that's about reffing soccer and umpiring baseball.
You know, I like your style. I think it's good, but this is the longest meetings I ever sat in my life.
Now the last month was longer.
Everybody passionate this way.
Yep.
Not so much conciliatory, but passionate
Yep. Everybody has their opinions.
and strong ones.
Yep. And then there was the study that if you can prove somebody wrong, it more embeds their wrongness. They refuse to think different when you can prove them wrong.
Well,
No,
they
really,
get,
there's
they
been
get embarrassed and mad.
Yeah.
Just gotta remember, nobody perfect, and we all learning.
We're all human.
Yeah. I will sorely miss you. I will.
Mike, are you
Thank you.
precluded or you're
I
just
I
choosing
term
not
out
to extend?
in June. That's my 8th year on the commission.
Okay.
Hey,
That's, by the
So I
way, you're
term
gone no
out
matter what.
after 2 terms. I took
Are
over
you
the
nuts?
chair with 3 years remaining.
Yeah.
How about you, Jeff, when you term out?
He just
Not
got
for
on
a
with you.
while. I mean, I only joined in 24, so I guess 28.
I think I term out in June.
Yeah, that's right, because you're filling in, but you could be reappointed.
But
Yes, I could as well.
it's election year and everybody want me to help them.
Yeah.
We'll call the meeting back to order and ask for a roll call for quorum.
Okay.
Are you
Commissioner,
guys allowed to go to political functions?
You can go to political functions. You just can't be named on any campaign. You can't be a participant of anyone's individual campaign.
Can you speak on somebody's campaign?
I don't know. I'd have to ask.
I like to
That's
tell people that we're not allowed to contribute to political campaigns.
I'm okay with that.
No, but we can contribute.
No, we're supposed to say that we cannot.
I tell them we
Oh.
cannot.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
that's what we say.
Otherwise, I'll give them a whole bunch.
Okay.
okay,
Roll call, please.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis.
Here.
Okay, we have quorum still.
Thank you. Now we're on item 6, the pending OIP appeal. That's where I cut somebody off when they started talking about mail-in voting when the topic was something other than that. Essentially, try to look at it and see what you want to do with it.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, I'd say you violated the sunshine rule, and that's what we should put down.
Thank you for your opinion. I cut off a testifier because he was talking about mail-in voting, not the topic of on the agenda. Essentially, if you want to read through that, go ahead.
What did the office opinion was?
I think this is an appeal of that and asking us what we think.
Oh, they got the answer from Mama and they didn't like it, so they're asking Papa. Is that one of those
No,
deals?
everybody gets a chance to respond, including the commission that was charging the chair with a violation of the Sunshine Law.
Chair,
I cut a testifier off because he was talking about mail-in voting when that was not the topic on the agenda.
Isn't another part of his complaint that other testifiers after him then ended up also sharing the same thing he was trying to share, and then we never went back to him? I think that's his major upsetness. I can't talk after 8 hours of meeting, guys.
Yes, Ralph. Yeah, you have your hands up.
Yeah, so is this supposed to be public testimony? Are we going to violate it again, or are we just moving on?
I don't think it was violation because he wasn't talking about the
No,
topic
he's
on the
saying we have
agenda.
to open this agenda item up for public testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do. Yeah, you're right. That's a correct point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. You win, Dylan. Yeah, affirm it. So pending OIP appeal is on the agenda. I would entertain public testimony.
Okay, the first testifier is Victoria, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Good afternoon, Victoria.
Aloha. Thank you again for hearing me. And thank you for hearing everybody else too with the testimony. I'm going to make this quick, hopefully the end of this. It is the mission of the Office of Elections to provide secure, accessible, and convenient election services to all citizens. Thank you for being the complaint committee for this. Per correspondence and ballots receiving, hearing, appreciate you hearing. Correspondence regarding the Hawaii County and recommendations to replace the chief elections officer, noting myself more than 10 failures of the chief elections officer to do his job in less than 2 years and exhausting his term of 4 years. Per the previous quoted statutes, 11-1.6C, appointment of the chief elections officer shall be appointed by the Elections Commission.
I need
without
to
regard
interject. I need to interject at the moment and ask the commission if this testifier is talking on the topic of this appeal 26-17. Otherwise, I'm going to have to say you're off topic.
Okay. Then I'll reclaim my time. Would you like me to elaborate?
As long as it's on this appeal that's regarding an invasion of the Sunshine Law, requiring a testifier to talk about the agenda item that's on the agenda.
Exactly. Talking about the agenda item.
Okay, the agenda item is OIP appeal 26-17.
So by not hearing the gentleman in its entirety, he was not able to encompass what topic we were getting at, what he was trying to do. So part of the Elections Commission's job is to assure that you're hearing all of it.
Okay.
That you're not just getting part of the story, you're supposed to get all of the story. And that is part of integrity, transparency, and we're not seeing a lot of that. And there's failure in that. And the public is having a hard time with that, with this complaint. This is what we're having a hard time with, is that we're allowed to come and testify, but we're not allowed to have any accountability or follow through or connect the pieces because we're put on a timer. So I'm saying, yes, the gentleman should have been given the time to tie his points together. And sometimes maybe you need more than 3 minutes. That should be, part of the commission's understanding, is that sometimes it takes a little bit longer to tie it A, B, and C together to what you're addressing. But it gets there. Yes, time is a restraint. I get that. For me, I want to tie it all together and say that you guys are doing a good job. I really appreciate how well we've gone through the meeting today. And Scott is not doing his job. And as an HR professional, how long are you going to continue to employ him when there are federal charges, lawsuits impending, when you have testimony and given ample reason to replace him? You have the power to replace him, and you employ, and you are our voice. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Victoria.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Cheryl Beeler.
Hi. Okay. Again, this is Jamie Detweiler testifying on the topic of the Sunshine Law. I support Mr. Raymond in his pursuit of his position in being providing ample time for his testimony. And to add to that, I wanted to allay any concerns that Commissioner Sabas and others who are new to the commission, to give them a summary of an audit that was approved to be conducted within a 22-month time frame. That was the audit of District 37. The audit was requested shortly after the November 2022 election. It was pursued and not responded to. Certified mail was sent. It was even discussed at the legislature during an elections bill hearing where Mr. Nago admitted to not responding to that request for an audit for District 37. This body, the Elections Commission, at that time in April 2024, finally approved that audit, which was 17 months in. So we were within that 22-month time frame. Mr. Nago responded by saying and asking the commission if it could be postponed until after the November 2024 election. That was also motioned and approved by the Elections Commission. At that time, it was also requested by some of the commissioners to retain and preserve the District 37 election material, including ballots, envelopes, everything, chain of custody records, all of that was requested to be retained and preserved. And the commission approved that as well. The audit was then conducted in January of 2025, but I want to emphasize that it was approved to be conducted at 17 months. So I just wanted to give this historical perspective for the newer commissioners and to take that into consideration. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to ask a question of the testifier. I'm one of the new ones, and I didn't realize till today that they did an audit. Do you remember that audit somewhat?
I do.
And what was the results? Did they say it was a clean audit, had missing votes, had dead people, dogs, or anything else that voted? Do you remember?
I did receive the outcome of the audit. I
And
did acknowledge the Office of Elections and thank them for conducting the audit. There are still questions surrounding that audit, but I'm not going to pursue that at this time. And because there were election observers there that made some crucial observations, some critical observations. I was not there, but there were seasoned, experienced election observers who made critical observations, and those were annotated. So, but the point I want to make today is that the Elections Commission, the body that you're in now, Mr. Apana,
I understand your
approved
point.
it.
Yeah. I just wanted some history because that's the only one I know of.
Yeah,
Thank
Right.
you.
So the main point is precedent has been set.
Yes.
Yeah, Scott did that audit. And
Yes,
mentioned-
legal precedent has been established.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed several hours ago.
So to allay any concerns that the newer commissioners may have, it was done. It was executed. And it was approved within the 22 months. The only reason why it wasn't physically conducted is because the Office of Elections was preparing for the 24 election. And that was understood. I understood that. I gave them grace on that, didn't push back on that. So, it's important to note that legal precedent has been set and established for audits.
Thank you, Jamie.
Amy.
The next testifier is Cheryl Beeler, followed by Tammy Ash Perkins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier in this meeting, we adopted Robert's Rules of Order. Chair, I implore you to speak with Commissioner Dalton. Her emotional outbursts during the meeting and
Are
her
you
screaming.
talking about this agenda item?
I'm talking about Robert's Rules of Order, Chair.
That's not
And this,
that's not the agenda
I'm
item.
sorry, but her emotional outbursts and saying "fuck" on camera
You're
is
off
not
topic.
Robert's rules. You need to
You're
talk to her
off
and explain to her
topic.
the decorum in Robert's rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tammy Ash Perkins, followed by Inoka Shane Bingo.
Thank you.
Hi, I just need a brief recap on the appeal because I did not read the actual appeal. So as far as item A, Chair, can you give me a recap on that?
I did at the beginning of this discussion.
Oh, okay. And so then I guess when it comes down to what I'd really like to just say is that, each of us have to ask ourselves, if everything was done correctly, why not show it? And if the records exist, why not reconcile them publicly? And if leadership is really failing, why protect dysfunction instead of the institution? So why is this such a problem? Why? Everybody should be on board with this.
Mm-hmm.
And so these are long meetings. I've never been in such long meetings before, and I've woven in and out. But basically, we need clear answers. We need orderly process. We need respect for public oversight, and this should be simple. This should be confirmable questions, that are not being answered. I appeal to the conscious and your responsibility. The public's confidence in our elections, we're losing it. We need to have a verifiable process. And why is it so difficult? I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Inoka Shane Bingo, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So as Jamie Detweiler just testified, precedence was already set with the audit of HD 37. Therefore, does that negate your guys' need for the DAG's reply and their opinionated letter? And can you guys just go through and revisit the setting of the date for the audit to be conducted? Because obviously Jordan has one opinion that it has to remain sealed, but it's already been unsealed for one House district. So why would you guys have to wait for that? And can you guys revisit that motion that Ralph was trying to make where you guys actually set the date to conduct the audit? Are you?
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik.
Hi. So I also agree with everything that Jamie just said and the last person. And I would ask that y'all, since precedent has already been stated, that y'all recircle back and revote to set a date and get it done. Talking about this OIP complaint, I understand, Chair Curtis, that you just went through and stated what you thought had transpired, that basically he was cut off because he was not talking about the agenda item. This is a problem with the way that y'all do minutes, because y'all do not list all the minutes and you say, oh, it's in the video. Well, we've also said how long these videos are lasting. Who wants to go back and spend another 8-hour day just to try to find all the information? This OIP thing letter states that the board has 40 days to prepare meeting minutes under 92-9 HRS. I believe that, I mean, I don't know what besides a resignation of who's violating, or a firing or dismissing, or whatever word you want to use, whoever repeatedly violates the Sunshine Law. I don't know what else could be done, other than I think that, at least in this instance, I think it would be a good idea to go back and have all of the meeting minutes for October, what date was this? October 29th, 2025 meeting, and list out all the stuff that transpired in a reply, so that it can be seen by everybody. You know, was the Sunshine Law violated, or was it not? You know, I would ask that that be done before the next agenda, actually. I mean, not agenda, the next meeting. So with that, I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Jennifer.
Ms. Rojas, good afternoon.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. I concur that with what Bingo said, what Jamie said, and Michelle just said, that you revisit and you get the date decided when to do the audit. Get it done. I also agree with what she said about how the facts that even simple things like minutes, which record what happened in the meeting, and the fact that what happened in the meeting was illegally, I guess, not correctly held. So with that, and the fact that we've been here for every time 6, 7, 8 hours, I've been in 13-hour long meetings. This is one of the long ones. And just the fact that justice and truth and accountability continuously is evaded, basically evaded. And so regarding this appeal 2617, which raises concerns about whether public testimony was improperly curtailed, we live it at every meeting. We live it at every meeting. So all in all, to say that adherence to Sunshine Law requirements, clear agenda notice, and by the way, even the discussion of the final chief election officer, I don't know when that ever, got added in. It didn't. And correct minutes are essential to public trust, ensuring that prior commission decisions, including the audit request, which has already been established, are implemented lawfully and without further procedural defects. And finally, I agree with Papalimu, what she said. You guys are the established body, recognized body. You don't need the Scott Nago's approval to get it done. Just get it done. And by the way, in that one meeting at the legislative session, Gene Ward, point blank, and other commission or board members asked him directly, your board and commission who advises you or is telling you to do this, doesn't it not concern you that you're not listening to them, disregard to their system? And then his answer was just, oh, they just advise me. And so in other words, he recognizes that advice, but whether he wants to adhere to it or get things done that it should be, that's another story. So again, Papalimu said it, you guys already are the designated body, and just get it done. Set a date for the audit. Enough is enough. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Jennifer, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think that there's been many times where someone has been talking about something that was not the agenda item per se, and Chair Curtis has cut them off, citing that it was not the agenda item. I think another speaker spoke about this, that sometimes someone's trying to make a point, they're tying things together, and it should be the chair listening to people to see where they're going with what they're trying to say. And I do find it very interesting that we're talking about the OIP appeals, the violation of the Sunshine Law, but yet we're not concerned with the violation of the election law, which has been happening over and over again on multiple levels. And it's not just one law, it's many laws. So I think that violating the law in general, that they're there for a reason. And so, yeah, I think that this guy, whoever, I can't remember his name, I think he has a good point. You know, you didn't let him finish what he was trying to say in order to tie it together to the particular agenda item. And I would like to see that stop. I know that Austin Martin has had that happen to him multiple times. And it is really unfair because actually the people are not part of this, this membership of the commission. And so they're not really subject to the sticking with the agenda items. They're part of the public, and they should be able to speak on any item they wish. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Susan Strom.
You're still muted. There you go.
Muted. Good to go. Okay, thank you all, Pikachu, Shelby Billionaire. So for this agenda item for the OIP, I know you guys got massive complaints because there's main concerns. You know, there's widespread violations of the UIP and Sunshine Law, and there's the specific patterns of denial and obstruction due to allegedly no fault of you guys' own, and the broader impact of public trust and democracy is fading. Because as we know, we're going through all this stuff, Sunshine Law and all these rules. Now, I did submit a testimony to all of you guys as we're talking about this. So in case you can't remember everything I'm saying, I sent it to the email for all of you guys so you guys can look it up. Because there's different numbers and specifics for what's going down. I'm not sure if you guys know how many complaints you guys got. OIP received over 50 election-related complaints in 2024 to 2025, with 20% directed at OE. 40% of these were upheld as violations, including failures to provide timely access to public records under the UIP. And then you guys know these arrests. So the complaints are going up there, and Hawaii ranks 45th in transparency. So we're not doing so hot, guys. And you're seeing what Tulsi Gabbard and other testifiers, what they're doing in other states. So hopefully we can uphold our election integrity and figure out something where we can do and work together. Listening to all of you guys since now 3 o'clock something, I can hear you guys are working better together. A house divide cannot stand, just like we got right there in the background with Abe Lincoln. So without further ado, I won't keep it longer because you know the OIP complaints are not frivolous. They are cries for accountability in a biased system. I urge the commission to investigate fully and comply with the OIP rulings. And obviously we're having our public hearing now. Thank you for letting us address this physically. Thank you, Commissioner Dillon. Because failure to act in a PONA way will invite more lawsuits and further erode trust. Just like other testifier previously said about Article 2, Section 4. Yeah. Yeah. So I want to say thank you all to the commissioners. I appreciate you all, and I know you guys will hopefully do your best. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Tara Malia.
Did you lose that one?
I think so. The next testifier is Tara Malia.
I was not allowed to unmute. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, go ahead.
I tried repeatedly, but it wouldn't let me unmute. It was on your ends anyway.
Okay,
Thank you. Thanks for that. Straightening. Okay, I just want to say real briefly, don't want to take a lot of time. I concur with the other testifiers here. If precedent has already been set, then I feel like it's a time drain and redundant to seek permissive opinion from the chief election officer or the AG to drag this out. So can we just reset the audit date now so we can have some tangible momentum, please? That would be such an amazing thing. I would love to see that kind of momentum here today. So, and with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Malia.
Aloha.
Aloha. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. Oh, okay, I'll be brief as well. I just want to make it clear. Earlier, a date of October 2026 was given for the 22 months, and I just want to, for the record, state it's actually September. September is the 22-month mark. So if you could just erase that and put the correct date, that'd be fantastic. This distinction does matter because the federal law requires the ballots in the election records to be preserved for the express purpose of audit and review. Regardless of how you read that law, you know that in context and in the intention of the law, that's how we should be reading laws, whether you're an attorney or a layperson. I also support Mr. James Raymond's testimony and his call for accountability to the law. For the OIP documentation now before you does reinforce the central principle of openness is the default. The fact that we're on these calls for hours and hours trying to get openness and it's not the default in its essence and the true nature of the intention of the job at hand is already unlawful. And also just based off of the District 37 audit that's already been expressed significantly by the last 6 or 7 people, I'd love the commission to today to formally acknowledge that the correct federal preserved deadline is September 2026, not October. You correct the public record regarding that date and set a firm audit date now, consistent with the District 37 precedent. And then also, if you would direct the Chief Elections Officer to comply accordingly. Mahalo for the time to speak once again, and I will see you guys on the next one.
Thanks, Ms. Malia. Aloha.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. So, commissioners, what do you want to do with this OIP appeals? Yes, Lindsay. You're muted.
I got
Sorry.
Sorry,
Lindsay,
I
there
didn't
you
wait till the end of your question. I wanted to ask you if we can go back and revisit Roman numeral 5.
go. No. We're going to
No.
get the Attorney General's opinion. There was an audit, but it was performed by the clerk and the Office of Elections. We could do that too. We could ask Scott or Mr. Henricks to do the audit, which the law allows. For us to do it, they have to make us a representative, or we have a court order or legal purpose for it.
Okay.
But we'll get the opinion from the Attorney General in writing within 2 weeks, I hope. Mr. Apana.
Yeah, you asked what should we do with this, and I think we need to reflect. We file it. I've seen you grow from the first meeting I sat with you. I almost threatened to get rid of you. You've grown since then. We as commissioners need to be cordial to each other on a level that we have not seen as of lately. We all here for the same purpose, a better election for all. We all have different ways of getting there, and we're very passionate, as well as the testifiers. I swear I can see these guys in my dreams. I see them so much. And you guys were here like years before me. You must take them on vacation with you. But I think we hear them loud and clear. We will do better. And if we cannot, then we really seriously gotta sit down and figure this out. But I've seen everyone grow, and I think we're heading in the right direction. So I feel comfortable if you just file this item. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Any other commissioner have any other ideas with this appeal? What's that number? I got 26-17.
Yes, Sheriff.
Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, you're continually cut people off, and we should say that you violated the Sunshine Law and send it in.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. I'll be first to admit that I try to streamline the agenda and limit the testimony to the agenda item as OIP allows. Yes, Mr. Sabas.
Mr. Chairman, I've said this a couple of times before, and I'll say it again. You run a tight ship. I mean, the first meeting that I was on, you even cut me off, ruled me out of order, but then you corrected yourself. But you do what you got to do. And some of these meetings and some of these testifiers, they do go off the subject. And you've been consistent. And you've warned them and you've told them you're not following the agenda, you're not speaking to the agenda. And you cut them off. And I think, you've had to do it. So I don't know what OIP would want you to respond or how they would want you to respond if you were to just to tell them the truth that, you're running, an operation here that requires some discipline in how you adhere to the rules. And, not everybody agrees with you, but I think you're going to be a tough guy to replace. I don't know who would want to be in your shoes coming around, and I think we're going to need some help in how we select the next person to fill your shoes. And I'm anticipating that even the Deputy Attorney General, might be able to advise us on the selection process, or it's just a matter of someone collecting 6 votes, as you stated a couple of times before. But in response to this appeal, I don't know what Maripana means by filing it. Does it mean that we just let it die, leave it alone, ignore it?
Yes.
Or as Commissioner Kushney suggests, that you should just admit that you violated? Well, if requiring people to stick to the agenda is something that we must do to have these meetings move forward, then so be it. And if they're not sticking to the agenda, if you have to go as far as to take them off the screen, then so be it. But again, I give you a lot of credit for what you've done. You've been patient, you've been consistent. And you'll be big shoes to fill when you leave.
Thank you. Ralph?
Yes, so this is just one of the many things that you've done. In December 2024, when there was a agenda item to ask the counties for their chain of custody documentation, and I made a motion to subpoena the documentation. You had the 2 undercover police officers remove me from the building for making that motion. And those are the types of things that are totally egregious. And this is probably one of the most minor ones, but you have been chairing this commission with an iron fist. And when you don't like what somebody's saying, you mute them and your bias comes out immediately. And I'll testify that by being thrown out of a meeting for making a motion that you didn't like and not giving it to the body to vote on. So this would be the least of the things that you could own up to.
Additional comments? Would ask for a roll call on the motion. Could you reread the motion, please?
Sorry, can I make a quick comment, Chair?
Sure.
Regardless of this motion, we're required to make a response, right? We have for 10 business days to respond. And I don't even know if we need the motion, but I'm going to vote yes because we have to respond.
When I respond to these, I usually just refer back to the minutes and the video. I don't try to justify my behavior. I send OIP back the online record of our meeting. I don't say right or wrong. In some cases, I've said I was wrong in cutting somebody off, and apologize, but I rarely do that. Barbara.
So did you respond already? Because isn't this
No.
dated November 14th?
Yeah.
So there's already been a response.
No.
No.
And the Deputy Attorney General brings it to me, and now we bring it to the commission to see if we want to defend it, if we want to admit it, or what the commission's position on this appeal is. Because I can't say what the commission's opinion is. That's why we're discussing it now.
So
You
we're
want-
discussing the actual complaint from Mr. Is it Robinson, Mr. Raymond? Or has there been an appeal filed?
No, appeal. I asked OIP about that. That's a misnomer. It's not an appeal. It's a
No.
complaint.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
So and the complainant was wanting to testify on retaining mail-in ballots and keeping the mail-in system. I believe I'm correct on that.
That's
And
correct.
then Chair cut him off, and then the following testifiers wanted to do the same thing, and they were allowed to do it. And then Chair just didn't ever go back to him to let him also testify. So that's where his complaint's at. And I know, Chair, you've already admitted to that. So yeah, I think we just have to be honest about it and move on.
Okay. The commission does not have to offer a response. You could table it or not table it, but ignore it and continue on waiting for OIP's decision. We can say, yes, we did, no, we didn't, or I'm sorry, you could say, yes, the chair did, or no, the chair didn't. And it's
Let's just
worthy
say
of,
exactly what happened. That's all I'm saying. Say what took place.
I think, and we can also let them know that, yes, this did occur. However, we have now put into place Robert's Rules of Order for upcoming future meetings, and hope that this will curtail any further mishap.
Barbara, did you have something else? Your hand's up. You're muted.
I think it would be important to respond to Mr. Raymond because he does bring up some very important points in his letter to the OIP. And especially, it should be obvious, and I'm quoting, even to the most casual observer, that the Hawaii Elections Commission has been rendered completely dysfunctional. The chaos at the commission is primarily due to an attack by political entities working on behalf of President Trump to undermine our election processes. I mean, I think that is valid, and I think it would certainly be encouraging to Mr. Raymond to be at least told that, his testimony or the points he's making have not fallen on deaf ears, and that we have in fact viewed within this letter that he has submitted, we've essentially received his testimony that was apparently cut off at the meeting in October.
And this is a OIP requesting a response.
Yeah, we've refined our procedures by adopting Robert's Rule of Order and hope this will not happen again.
But I think it's also important to convey to Mr. Raymond that his points were, heard.
Concur. Ralph, you had your hand up?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Chair.
Mr.
Sorry,
Sabanas.
maybe if I can interject, or no, I can speak later, but I might just want to just frame what's maybe before the commission, because I think we might be straying from what is before the commission. So if you'd like, I can.
Please rein us in.
Okay, so I believe what's before the commission is that there's a response to this S appeal, and from what I'm hearing, I think that what can be done is I can draft a response that's just explaining what happened at the meeting, and then noting. I will say that reviewing it, noting the fact that I think this person was. I think he was told that he would be given an opportunity, or they'd figure out whether or not his testimony was pertaining to this agenda item, and then not given an opportunity to re-speak. So we can explain it as is and just note that, given the liberal interpretation of an openness of sunshine, that he should have been afforded maybe perhaps the opportunity, especially if other testifiers were given the same opportunity to testify about in person or mail-in ballots, I should say. And just note that and then have OIP, deal with it accordingly.
Before we get to Mr. Sabas, the other question is whether we'd be willing to let Mr. Ching write such a letter acknowledging pros and cons. That's a possible question for in a minute. But Mr. Sabas, you had something.
No, I would agree. We'd let the Attorney General draft something for you. But as a suggestion, going forward for future meetings, perhaps, when we open up this testimony to the public, we should also include, besides them having only 3 minutes to speak, that they must stick to the agenda. That if they do go off the agenda, they'll be warned, and, something to add to, so that they're aware. They're aware. The words. Yeah.
And Chair.
Yes.
I don't know what the applicability is in Robert's Rules of Order to the of the provision against impugning motives, but of course we have a number of testifiers who are openly threatening and certainly impugn the motives of you and others here, which is okay to a degree, but it really does waste a lot of time, and it's certainly unproductive to hear some of these people who are very, very angry and not trying to reach solutions, really. So the question is, what do we do about some of these folks who again and again speak in this manner in a very unproductive way? We can continue to allow it, and perhaps we're required to. I don't know, but it would be something to consider in terms of how to move forward under Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you. Ralph.
Yes, I have a solution to that. We conduct the audit.
Thanks, Barbara.
I just to follow up on Commissioner Osterkamp's comments, I did receive a threatening text message on January 24th at 5:31 p.m. I immediately called the number from which it originated, but the voice mailbox was full. So I just wanted to get into the record. I can read the text of that message if you'd like, but I think there are a lot of angry people out there who are willing to step beyond the bounds of civic discourse and, try to intimidate members of the commission.
We have a motion on the floor yet?
Yes.
What's the motion, please?
To admit that you broke the Sunshine Law and then move on.
Okay. Was there a second to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the commission taking that position? I will call a roll call vote on that.
Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
Mr. Apana, you're muted.
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Oh,
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Chair,
Yes, sir. Mr. Apana.
could we have the Deputy AG write a letter that he talked about exactly what happened, and you guys let the person who wrote in that we received it, we concur in certain things, and we will try to be better, and other things that make sense.
So that's a motion?
Yep.
second.
Discussion. But let's get that motion clear first. Could you repeat it for the secretary and the secretary?
Oh my gosh.
Type it in.
We'll have the AG, Deputy AG, write a letter to the, I don't know what you call them,
complainant,
that on that day, this is what occurred, and you can tell your side of the story, whatever, and say we're sorry, and we'll try to be much better moving forward. Because
And
I
that was
really
second-
believe in that.
And that was seconded. Let's see that in the chat while we discuss this.
Sorry, just to clarify, the letter's to OIP, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But it'll be a draft, Jordan, that you will prepare in behalf of the chair, right?
Yeah, I would say it's on behalf of the commission. Yeah. If the commission passes this, that the
Right.
commission responded. Yeah.
Dylan.
Didn't we
you
just
raised your
vote
hand?
on this?
What?
Isn't this the same motion? Didn't we just vote on this?
No.
No, this is for the DAG to write the letter in response to OIP saying that, sorry, we won't do it again, kind of thing.
Okay, Commissioner Pana's idea to file sounds better all of a sudden. I don't know. What are
I
we
was trying to
doing?
make life easy, but everybody feel they need closure.
Yeah.
6 hours, guys.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? As a roll call for the DAG to write a letter responding to this OIP complaint.
Okay, Commissioner Andrian,
Yes.
Commissioner Pana,
Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yep.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
This house is not divided today.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The
Another
motion passes.
unanimous. Hey, we're all on the same page.
Our best day ever.
Anything else on item 6?
Chair, I have a question. When will the next meeting be, and can we just limit that meeting to a special public hearing about the audit?
The next meeting will be March 4th, and no, we're not going to limit the agenda. Yes, Barbara.
March 4th is the date that one of the major political parties will be having their precinct, what used to be known as precinct, their biennial district meetings and elections. So
Perfect.
we
Let's hope it's
postpone
the
it?
Democrats.
Yeah, the Democrats.
Maybe the meeting will get early faster.
Oh my
That's
God,
right.
it might be a 2-hour
So
meeting.
that's a scheduled meeting, first Wednesday a month, 10 o'clock. That's March 4th.
Well, I mean, it only happens once every 2 years. So
Yeah.
But it's at night.
it is at night, but I
Awesome.
don't know. I mean,
we
you
won't
know,
drag on that long. With
you
the
folks all
unanimity
feel like
that
going
we're
to another meeting
experiencing.
after this?
I move that
Oh.
Barbara can proxy her vote through me.
Okay.
Oh yeah, are we allowed proxies? Can I?
No, you're not. You
Oh,
got to be in person.
Okay.
Would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion.
Adjourn.
Okay, who's that? Papalimo or
Yeah,
Dalton?
Limo.
Everybody.
Okay. Okay. Is there
Second,
anybody
third, fourth,
opposed?
fifth.
Is there anybody opposed?
Nope.
Motion carries adjourn. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much,
Oh.
ladies and gentlemen.
Jeez.